States. Here's some video for us from Clarendon Hills. As you can see, some large hailstones that were reported as large as quarters. Ping pong ball size hail had been reported in some of these communities where we did have this tornado warning in effect. Still until 12:45. That includes those of you in Clarendon Hills as well as Westmont right now. And there you see some of those large hailstones, certainly enough to do some damage. Well, back to the radar right now. So all across DuPage County, we still have the heavy rain that is falling, but it's eastern DuPage County, places like Lombard and Darien and Woodridge. You are under that tornado warning until 12:45 today. Here in Chicago, yeah, the rain is coming down quite vigorously. And so we do have a flash flood warning until 4 o'clock this afternoon in Cook County, back through DuPage County. I know we're talking a lot about severe weather and the fact that we are getting the potential for a radar indicated tornado as well as large hail, but I really think it's very important to mention this flash flood potential because of the heavy rain. So as the Weather Service says, you know, you may have errands you want to get out there and run, but it's not worth it to try and drive through high standing water, and that's what we are dealing with right now. Heavy rain continues Waukegan back to Lake Villa. If you are in that Green Oaks area, Libertyville, also heavy rain. But I wanted to show you the rainfall estimates. Doppler rainfall estimates. You see there are some little yellows and greens. This is 1 to 2 inches of rain that has probably fallen within maybe a half hour time. And that's why we have that flash flood warning that is in effect once again until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Still going with the severe thunderstorm warning, still the tornado warning for the radar has picked up the potential for some of this spin. And that's why we do have that tornado warning in southeast DuPage County primarily, including the Lombard area, Elmhurst right now. Just be in that safe place, the lower level of the residence or office building you are in. For many students who are attending summer camps, and hopefully because of the extreme heat, many of these were held indoors anyway. We do have heat index readings in the area still topping 100 degrees, but you can see all of these severe alerts that are kind of lining the lakefront and here in Northeast Illinois. So dangerous heat. Want to mention this too. We have extreme heat warnings in effect. You can see western suburbs as well as the southern suburbs. And this is accounting for some of these heat index readings topping 110 degrees. All right, Greg, I know you've had a little time to survey some recent info. What do you have?
I have. Well, so one thing, this is pretty significant rotation, I would say, for how slow this is moving, for the orientation it is along the warm front, which I'll show you in a couple of seconds. I'm very concerned about that. So if you're in Downers Grove, please take your storm precautions, the most serious of them, where you're in the lowest level of your house, or preferably down in the basement, but definitely away from all the windows. And I know that we've been talking about some really big hail, and we even showed you some video. Now is not the time to get hail picks, and I know that this is putting down some good hail, as evident from the hail core pictures. And this latest scan that comes in also shows me that, again, kind of just below the E in Downers Grove is where I'm concerned. I was also looking at something called a correlation coefficient, which shows you if maybe the tornado or winds picked up a little debris, and I did see a small signature when it was a little bit farther up towards the north around the Glen Ellen area. One thing I do want to say that's good news before I really dig into the details on this is that Wheaton, you have been trimmed out of that tornado warning. Lisle, you are still in. Naperville, you're okay. West Chicago, you're okay too, although it is still going to be pretty windy and stormy, but you're watching the storm move off to your south and east. But again, if you're in spots like Woodridge, if you're in Downers Grove, for sure, be taking your tornado precautions. If you're in Darien, for sure, be taking your tornado precautions. Same deal in Burr Ridge, same deal in Hinsdale too, as this is some pretty good rotation, as this storm is somehow, with even though there's storminess off to the south, ingesting some very unstable air and getting spun up. So I am concerned that there could potentially be a tornado on the ground at just about any point as we roll through the rest of this tornado warning, especially as we come up on about the next 10 or 15 minutes or so. One thing that I do want to show you again is the hail. So you may hear this beating down on your home as you go hopefully into your tornado safe zone, mainly off to the north and northeast of where the worst rotation is. And this is how supercell thunderstorms will set up, the ones with rotation. You'll have the worst of the rotation kind of down here off to the south and west. You'll have the hail core in the storm off to the north. That is why, by the way, when you're storm chasing, you always want to stay on the south side of the storm.
Greg, if I can just interrupt you, sorry, they've just issued another tornado warning in Will County.
Okay.
So this tornado warning has been extended, and I know you've been talking about that rotation potentially around Downers Grove too. But this is for southeast DuPage County as well as south central Cook County. So those of you Homer Glen, Orland Park, Bolingbrook, we've mentioned your area, Woodridge. So we now have a tornado warning.
Is that going to go to like 1:30?
It goes until 1:15.
Yeah, okay, because it's moving so slow, right? Yeah, so we're going to be on for a while as we cover this, and my hope is, the unfortunate thing is that when storms move this slow, they can kind of get their act together and stay stronger for a long period of time. I hope that's what we don't see. I hope there's a lot of rainfall around this, and that all gets ingested in the storm and produces a little bit of a falling apart or decaying mechanism, which it would if you get rain-cooled air that's ingested in the storm. As I was mentioning before, you're not getting the most humid and unstable air in it. So again, the core of the strongest hail right now kind of moving over Oakbrook Terrace. So out near the shopping center, some of the hailstones probably falling right now that are upwards of a half of an inch. I wouldn't be surprised if that says 2 inches when I click on it. I don't see a lot of course, I clicked the wrong thing. I don't see a lot of purple on here when you actually get these going. I know that the blue contours are usually about an inch, so this is probably 1.5 inches, and that is likely around 2-inch hail size. And Tracy, we had reports, right, from earlier of hail that was up to ping pong size and perhaps even baseball size. I'm also noticing here that they've trimmed down that tornado warning a little bit farther off to the south, so they're really staying on top of where the back edge of this is. I'm going to take a look at a couple scans real quick, and I'll let you take it for just like a minute or two, or however long you want.
And you know what I do want to add about the rain? I mean, we've been talking extensively about the severe weather element, and that covers the hail, that covers the tornado possibilities. But we have had so much rain in such a short period of time, and this has lent itself to a flash flood warning that's in effect in DuPage as well as Cook counties until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Where you see some of these areas with the darker greens, you can see 1 inch of rain falling, but up in these yellow areas, southern Wisconsin, 2 and 3 inches of rain that has fallen in a very short period of time. So let's go to some of these warnings that are still in effect. Lots of severe thunderstorm warnings up to the state line and on the other side of the state line, but then we also have right there another tornado warning that was just issued in southern Cook County, as well as still holding on to this one, southeast DuPage County. So if you're around Burr Ridge, kind of locking in on that town and then extending southward into western Will County. Here's a look at the radar right now, and we still have this intense rainfall and the potential for some of that hail out toward Downers Grove as well as Lyle, and then even still some very heavy rain up into Waukegan. But where you see these pink shadings, that's indicative of still that potential for some hail that is coming down with some of those storms. And in fact, I want to go, we have velocity data here. That was from southern Wisconsin when we had the tornado warnings there. But as we take a look, these are hail tracks, and Greg has been talking about that extensively and so very well. But just a reminder, this hail can do a lot of damage, and that's a big reason we've had these severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for very large hailstones. So not only do you want to seek shelter for the potential of a tornado, but also for large hail. Don't want anyone to be outside getting injured because of that. So hail tracks, I mean, this is a pretty big coverage area for some of the hail that has been falling. And we saw some video, thanks to some folks who shared with us from Clarendon Hills, with quite a bit of hail. I just had reports of some friends of mine who are out in Hinsdale, and they said You know, we're seeing hail out here the size of golf balls, and it just came down with a vengeance. So that's what you're seeing in Clarendon Hills. We had that probably, I'd say, about a half hour ago or so, where we had quarter-size hail that was measured there. It's amazing to see how this has evolved this morning, because I will tell you, earlier this morning, many of our models were saying nothing was going to happen until after 3 o'clock. Some of them were saying it would all be coming right down the lake and right around the noon hour. Well, we got the part around the noon hour, but now this is stretching out up to Milwaukee. We will also be watching kind of this Boeing line of storms well off to the north, and it is likely to move right down the lakefront. For later in the day, it will be those of you in northern Indiana. We have to monitor for that. I would be remiss if I didn't talk about this heat too, because it is stifling and it is dangerous. And we do have an extreme heat warning that has been extended for a good chunk of our area. Already we have had heat indices over 100 degrees, even up around 105, and some that have been even higher than that. But these thunderstorms have allowed that temperature to come down, certainly out at O'Hare, where it is 72 degrees. The dew point's down to 70. And that's actually a really good thing, although 70-degree dew points are still very, very humid. Moisture-laden atmosphere, a lot of moisture to feed into these storms. That's why we're having to contend with some of this flash flooding issue that we have in the area. But you look at the temperatures right now. I want to get back over to Greg. He has some updates for you that are just coming in.
I do, yeah. And I'll tell you, as I look at these scans, sorry to jump in, but I'm more and more concerned that there's actually a tornado on the ground, not only because of a little bit of a debris signature, but also how tight these rotations are. So I want to give folks a heads up. Remember, I said Woodridge and Downers Grove, you have to take your tornado precautions. The worst of the rotation is now off to your south, but it's crossing. This is 75th here, just off to the north of 55. It's now crossing 75th out in the Darien area. What's out there? There's the Sportsplex. There's a hockey rink out there. There's like a Best Buy out there. So if you're generally aware of this area, as I was just looking at it on Google Maps, that's where it is, about to cross kind of near the Chicago Sanitary Canal and out to the I-55 corridor. And this is the spot that, again, I am really concerned that there is a tornado that has been intermittently getting on the ground and then picking back up, with this moving off to the south so slowly. Again, this tornado warning, it extends all the way down into southern portions of Will County, central and southern portions of Will County, southern Cook County. So the National Weather Service very concerned that this will actually be a long-lived type system. And the National Weather Service too saying that, yeah, possible tornado on the ground southeast towards Darien and also Westmont. And I completely believe that, just given these scans that have come in. Thankfully, it's a little more diffuse, but there was a while there a couple of minutes ago where this was all sorts of wrapped up. So as I mentioned, right now that worst rotation is kind of crossing the I-55 corridor, again about 20 miles per hour or so off to the south. So it's crossed 75th, which is right here near that hockey rink I was talking about, kind of where 75th does that little divergence. Crossing I-55 now. So if you got folks that are headed out of Chicago to the west down the Stevenson, do not let them drive into Will County. Let them know they need to stop the car. I don't care how bad it's raining. You don't want to drive across I-55 when there's possibly a tornado that's been lifting up and putting down. There's also a frontage road that's out there too. And then south of that is Cass Avenue. Thankfully, this is a quite industrial type area here off to the south of I-55. I've driven this route many a time, and it does get a little more sparsely populated, but still not something you want to see if you live a little bit farther off to the south. So areas that I'd be the most concerned with, just given this general south and southeast trajectory. Again, there's a little time here where it's not going to do very much, but it'll be in Orland Park by about 1:45 o'clock. So you've got a decent amount of time with it only moving about 20 or 30 or so miles per hour. So maybe roll that back to about 12:30. You got about 15 or so minutes worth of time to take your tornado precautions if you live out in the Orland Park area. Lamont, I think that the worst of the rotation is going to move off to your north and northeast. But that being said, there could be some winds that are up to 70 miles per hour here as they continue to trim up these tornado warnings. You see the National Weather Service very concerned with the rotation that's going on. As Tracy mentioned before, some really large large hail. It looks like the hail core has collapsed just a little bit, which is a good sign that the overall storm health isn't so good. But Hinsdale still catching probably around quarter-size hail. Wouldn't be surprised if there were some $half or even golf balls mixed in there, just given the fact of what we have going on. Here's a live picture from Clarendon Hills right now. Again, this is a little bit off to the north of where we're concerned about, but you see that heavy rain now coming down, windswept rain too, and you see a lot of leaf debris, probably from the gust front of these storms that pushed on through. Also, the little Fox wind vane there very distinctly pointed out to the north and northwest, as that's the direction the winds are now coming from with this storm. So as we take a look here from Clarendon Hills, again, things kind of calming down there, but overall, we haven't looked at the radar presentation of this in a while, the reflectivity. We've looked a lot at the velocity data, and this is getting that very classic kind of comma or hook shape. Tracy, it's a little bit tilted on its side, just given the orientation of that warm front, which you were talking about before, extends off to the north. And you're probably saying, like, why are you showing me where a warm front is right now? It plays into which way these storms do head. So I'm drawing it in live, kind of where I see it. So this is the track basically that the storms are going to take. Now, as this front, I think we get into portions of central and southern Will County. As that front jogs further off to the south, less chance of rotation here, just given the orientation. But I'd say, Tracy, for about the next 10 or 20 or so minutes, we should be really concerned about what's going on across southern portions of DuPage County and now western portions of Cook County and northern portions of Will County.
Yeah, without a doubt. And that video that we saw, a live look out in Clarendon Hills where we had some large hail reports too. And while Greg has spent a good amount of time speaking about the wind, we've had wind gusts reportedly 70 miles per hour. We're waiting to hear if a tornado was actually observed, but we have all indications from the Weather Service and certainly by looking at velocity and correlation coefficient on the radar, that's something that senses debris if it's being lofted into the air, and we've seen some of that in southeast DuPage County. But again, I want to repeat this because this is a flash flood warning in effect in DuPage County and also in Cook County. We have had intense rainfall, and if you went outside at all this morning, you know how thick it felt, just that brick wall of humidity as I call it. And so there's a ton of moisture to feed into any storms that do exist. So let's review some of the warnings that are in effect. This is the flash flood warning you can see kind of in that green polygon, but then we have this tornado warning that's in effect still southeast DuPage County. So if you're in Burr Ridge right now, if you're down into around the Homer Glen area, you're included in this latest tornado warning, excuse me, that does remain in effect until 1 to 1:15 this afternoon. We have indications on radar, and what Greg pointed out, because a lot of times when we see rotation on the radar, it is in the form of a classic comma shape. But you have to look at it kind of because it is rather tilted on the side. I was looking at that very thing while you were stating that, Greg. It's an incredible observation. But the intense rain making its way right along I-55 right now. So if you had any plans to head out around Cass Avenue, along 75th, out toward Bolingbrook, now's not the time. And in fact, with a tornado warning, it is the time to be headed for the basement if you're not there already. As much as we love to get pictures and all of that, I would much rather you be in a safe place, getting your family into a safe location. And I know that there were many children attending summer camps today, so hopefully they as well are in the interior section of the building they're in or the lowest level of the building they're in. Basements preferable. But I know, Greg, I heard of many kids who were going off to camps today, and because of the heat, they were keeping them indoors anyway. So that's certainly something that's good news. We've had the large hail, we've had the potential for tornadoes out there, and now I think you're taking a look at what is it?
So, I know it says velocity, but I ain't got time to change banners right now.
Right, I know, correlation coefficient.
Yeah, this is actually correlation coefficient. Yes. Like that's housekeeping work that I'm not generally doing when I'm talking talking about tornadic signature. So yes, this is correlation coefficient, and what it shows is debris that's lofted into the air. When you get into the deep blue colors, ignore this is kind of noise from the radar, but when you get into the deep blues, you're talking about very oddly shaped objects. When it's closer to these reds, it's really fat raindrops. Same deal with the greens, kind of some smaller or maybe oddly shaped raindrops or even hailstones. And what I want you to notice is that tornadic signature that I was talking about kind of blossom around the Downers Grove area. Now this could very well just be sticks and leaves and stuff like we saw from the video in Clarendon Hills getting lofted. The radars are incredibly sensitive. They can sense insects, right? When insects get ingested into storms. So it's a very powerful tool, but just this little signature at least says, especially corresponding with the rotation, that something, again, watch this area, got moved up off of the ground that is not raindrops and then dissipated off to the north. Again, that's a pretty clear indication to me that it's a debris signature. And again, you'll watch around Downers Grove and then go to Bridgeview. Again, that could have just been an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust out of the thunderstorm. It could have also been a tornado on the ground. That is, much like the banners on some of my graphics, some clerical work that'll be done otherwise. You still should be taking your precautions. What I've been noticing and what the National Weather Service has been saying too is that while the rotation has broadened over the last about 10 or 15 minutes, which is to say not gotten as bad, even that last scan that we had up, it had shrunk up real quick, and now it's back to another broader one as we get the latest lowest level scan coming from the radar data. So if you live out in Lamont, as I mentioned, I said that the worst of the rotation would kind of scoot off to your east, and it has done so, but this is still the area that I would be concerned with, kind of down near 107th Street, Madison Street. Again, this is on the south side of Burr Ridge as you head down County Line Road 2. And again, this is a spot that I've driven around before, and while it's not densely residential, there are certainly some housing complexes that are out here intermixed with some of the fields too. And as this is headed out towards Orland Park, it'll be the same type of deal, making its way to another population center. And again, as I kind of broaden the view out just a little bit, you can see again that the rotation has also gotten a little bit larger, but every once in a while it'll shrink up, and there's the potential that it puts down a tornado. Aside from that, as Tracy mentioned, these wind gusts are incredibly strong. I'm going to pull off the warning layer real quick just so I can get a nice clean sample of some of these wind gusts. And again, when you get in the blues, look at that velocity data. 77 miles an hour, up to 80 miles per hour, just straight up thunderstorm wind gusts that you're getting coming from this. So does it really matter if a tornado is getting dropped? A widespread area of about 30 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts on the south side of that. What you're seeing there from the 77 mile per hour, that's the descending air, the colder air that's coming out of the back of the thunderstorm. Again, you got to kind of tilt your head on its side. This usually trails off to the west and southwest. So taking a little brain orientation, this is the rear flank downdraft that you're seeing that will occasionally help to form a tornado. So this is the area of rotation that we're watching right now, kind of nearing the Route 45 type area. It's north of Frankfort, it's north of Homer Glen. Again, the spot that I'd be the most concerned with here as this rotation continues to push off to the south would be on the east side of Homer's Glen, Orland Park area, Tinley Park as well, as this is now moving out into the southern reaches of DuPage County, out of DuPage County, and now into Will County. It looks like, let me put the warnings back on just to see if DuPage County has officially been trimmed out of this. Okay, so like the corner of DuPage County is still in there. So this area of DuPage County, south of Downers Grove, down to about Hastings and Bolingbrook, still within the tornado warning, but very quickly, Tracy, within about the next 5 or 10 minutes, we'll see DuPage County dropped, and then it'll be Southern Cook and also Will County until 1:15. You're seeing they're trimming them up right now.
Yeah, and we've been talking about that same tornado warning in DuPage County, Greg, for what, about a solid half hour?
Yeah, it's so slow.
Yeah, it's so slow. And speaking of slow, we've given you some time, hopefully, that you can get into that safe space, of course, and your cell phones, hopefully, they went off with any warnings that have come in. But the important thing when we talk about tornado safety is to get to the basement or the lowest level of the room that you are in. Okay, I want to address rainfall. We're talking a lot about hail, tornado possibilities, but I have to address the flash flood warning situation because we have had 1, 2, maybe over 2 inches of rain fall in an extremely quick period of time where you see the greens here, and there are even some little blips of darker green and yellow, we look at our legend up here, we're talking maybe 2+ inches of rain that has fallen in such a rapid period of time. Okay, so now it looks like, Greg, they did trim out DuPage County from the tornado warning from what we can see, but it still does remain in parts of Will County and Cook County. So not everybody has this in effect. If you're hearing the sirens go off in your neighborhoods, and especially for those folks within these areas, Greg, I mean, that's where you really got to lock down, pay attention, get to your safe place. But want to check out what you're seeing right now on velocity data. Yeah,
well, so we're certainly going to be sending our crews out to Downers Grove, and they're probably going to be working their way off to the south for the next couple of hours as we investigate that area that we saw on the radar that may have indicated some debris. But as you just mentioned, they trimmed out the southern portions of DuPage County. So now we're just officially in Will and also Cook County until 1:15 for that tornado warning. Spreading out the view, as I mentioned, Orland Park is the main area of concern. And what we're seeing, Tracy, just by first glance, because I'm kind of like live reading the radar, I don't really get a chance to really internalize it and ingest it. What it looks like to me is that the updraft on that thunderstorm may be collapsing a little bit, and this is all the sinking air behind that thunderstorm, as I mentioned before, the rear flank downdraft that is likely kind of blowing itself out. Now, what that corresponds with is just dumping hail, which we've seen, because all the hail then isn't suspended by the thunderstorm anymore. It's driven down to the ground. So I wouldn't be surprised if spots like Burr Ridge or Bridgeview, and again, I haven't looked at the hail data, we'll do that in a second, are seeing the most significant hail right now. But it's a good sign for the tornadic development of this, because as that updraft kind of collapses and the downdraft blows itself out, you get more diffuse. But that does transition into a straight line wind problem, and everything you see on blue, as mentioned before, is 70+ miles per hour. And I can even see some light blues in there, and I bet if I went hunting for like a good velocity value that we may be up around the 80-mile-per-hour mark there, just north of Hastings. You kind of see those blues that I was talking about. Let's see if I can get lucky and click one that's up around 80, okay, or 113 miles per hour. And again, that's because the downdraft is collapsing. Now, keep in mind that's a little bit up above ground level, but that goes to show that still, even if you're not seeing the tornadic rotation, there are significant straight line winds in this blue area. So Lamont, it's probably blowing like crazy. You probably have limbs down in that area. And again, our crews, as they run to Downers Grove and off to the south, are going to run into the same things. I mean, they could even go out to Bridgeview or Burr Ridge too, or Willow Springs, and they're going to see the same type of thing with those really high winds at this point. And Tracy, you mentioned before too, off to the north, all the flash flood warnings, because this is a slow moving type train here that is producing some really, really strong winds, large hail, and also very heavy rain, up to inches per hour. I saw cars that were stuck under an overpass, just one of the pictures in National Weather Service chat.
And Greg, I just want to jump in and add real quickly here, because we just had that tornado warning expanded in Will County. Now it's kind of backing toward the Joliet area, as you can see. So we have that here, and I have a crude circle kind of surrounding where that tornado warning is. So that was just issued. So we just had a broadening of this tornado warning. Now it includes Joliet, more of Will County incorporated into this tornado warning right now. And in fact, let's go through this flash flood warning. This is in effect until 4 o'clock this afternoon. I'm going to allow Greg some time to maybe get more info about that additional tornado warning that was just issued. But I got to make mention about the flash flood warning, because these storms have been moving so incredibly slowly, and with how much moisture is available out there. I mean, you can feel it. If you were outside at any time today, you know how thick that air is. So a lot of these storms just absorbing a lot of that moisture that is available. These storms are just kind of plugging their way off to the south and east somewhat. There are some towns that are in the path of some of these storms. You get to Tinley Park, Hammond, Gary, all of this just poking along to the south and east for the most part right now. But we do have that additional tornado warning that just came in, and I saw that show up on velocity data, and it includes those of you in New Lenox, back toward the Lockport area, back into Homer Glen right now. So we'll be looking at our correlation coefficient as well to see if there's any debris being lofted up there. I don't have that loaded right now, but let me just, you know what, I'm going to move this.
Well, and as you talk, you do your thing, because there's a lot going on. We're playing a little bit of whack-a-mole. And as you're doing so, remember how I said I saw kind of that downwards motion of the air? Tracy, look at the hail.
Yeah, right. That's what we were both loading.
That's got to be baseballs. Like
it has to be.
It has to be baseball-sized hail occurring around Bolingbrook right now. I just asked to see if there's any reports that are coming in, but also watching near Bolingbrook and Romeoville that there's a rotating wall cloud too. So I'll let you just go for a couple seconds, and I'll grab the latest velocity.
You keep doing that. This is probably a hail size, 2.5-inch diameter hail, potential for baseball-sized hail that is falling around the Bolingbrook area right now. That area included in a tornado warning. Here's the broad look once again of the radar, but I'm going to go backtrack here a little bit more and just show you the radar at this very moment. So right along the Stevenson and south of the Stevenson, if you're in Justice, if you're in Hickory Hills, if you're in the countryside area, you're probably in the thick of some very heavy rain. But this is moving through Oak Lawn, Palos Heights, Palos Hills, getting intense rainfall at this very moment as these storms just continue to move slowly, poking along at about 20 miles per hour. And that is the reason that we have flash flood warnings in effect right now. There you see the radar in motion. While I like to show the single scenes on the radar, I like to show it in motion so that you get the idea of where these storms are moving to, where they're coming from. And one thing we're starting to notice in parts of DuPage County, the rain is winding down, but the damage is kind of done from hail, the potential that we had for a tornado in the area, as well as some of that heavy rain. That flash flood warning will stay in effect until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Eastern DuPage County, central and northern Cook County. This stays in effect until 4 o'clock this afternoon. So you really got to be monitoring some of that high standing water that is out there right now. All right, Greg, what are you finding?
Well, two things. The first thing being that there are reports of a rotating wall cloud that's over the Lewis University Airport. So if you know where that is, it is right in the blind spot of the radar, because remember, this radar, it's not a flat beam that goes along the ground, it's tilted up. So you're going to get a spot here at the radar site where they don't want to irradiate all the houses and birds and stuff that's hanging around. So you have to put the radar up at a little bit of an angle. So yes, that's a dead spot in the radar, but also luckily, yes, there's the National Weather Service office there, so they can just straight up look outside the window and also look at what's going around. Around that area, I'm kind of familiar with it. There's like Prairie Bluff Golf Course, and sorry if I just like throw out golf courses, but it's what I know. Broken Arrow Golf Course. If you're from the area, then you know exactly what I'm talking about, and that's really the kind of the point of getting the warning out. But again, it's just off to the north of Lockport, just off to the south of Romeoville, in this dead spot, this donut hole that you see on the radar. So I want to zoom on in on not only that spot. So again, around the Lockport area, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. Again, not a tornado on the ground, but it can drop at any point. There's the airport. You can see, oh my gosh, you can see the golf course. There it is, by the way, just south of Renwick Road, sand traps and all, which I've been in. But off to the south of Illinois 7, 53, Illinois 53 too. So as you head south out of Naperville and you go down that, like past Mistwood and all that stuff, this is the area of the most concern. So you want to take your tornado precautions as you head into South Lockport, into areas that are down near Fairmont and Crest Hill. And then right as I was about to talk about that, out near Orland Park, that's also concerning too. Another area of quickly developing rotation. Now, this is why the tornado warning is so broad. You don't usually see a tornado warning that, if I were to guess, probably spans the better part of, like, well, down here, probably 30 or 35 miles, up here about 15 or 20 miles. And it's because you're getting discrete cells, individual cells within this that are starting to rotate. It'll be interesting to see what happens as this comes out of the dead spot on the radar. But you can see the National Weather Service, it's not one big warning. They've got this box that's flashing now. That's for the storm that's out there near Orland Park at this area, which remember about a half an hour ago I was telling you folks in Orland Park to take your storm precautions. Hopefully you've done so. Now Tinley Park, you guys have to do the same. You got about 15-20 minutes worth of warning before that moves over you, but you're probably already seeing the winds up around 30 or 40 miles per hour. Joliet, take your tornado precautions too, as Tracy was mentioning. Center part of your house, preferably a basement, lowest level you can possibly go to. Although if I were to bet money on it, this will probably head off to the south and east of Joliet, or I guess just technically off to the east of Joliet, as it makes its way off to the south and east, and cross the I-80 corridor in that spot. Of course, plenty of people who live outside of the town centers. So I'll take this cell here off to the north first and take a look at it, because some of the velocity data inside of there is pretty concerning just with wind speeds in general. Sorry, I turned off the velocity for you. Turning on, of course, I got an update, which is good, but let me back up just a little bit.
That is good. Hey, Greg, I'm just going to jump in real quick, because I'm noticing, and I'm looking at hail size here. I mean, is this even possible? 5-inch diameter hail.
Well, we had 6-inch.
Yeah,
Yep,
I mean,
not so long ago.
Exactly, with some of those storms that we had earlier in the summer, back in the spring, and we had the potential for record-size hailstones. But right now, we're looking at some of those storms that are approaching Orland Park, and you mentioned Weather Service is talking about likely tornado development around Orland Park right now, so you got to get into your safe space there. But this hail, this is nothing to mess with. You really got to get into a safe space just because of hail as well. So around Lamont right now, we're getting reports of 5-inch diameter hail at this time. All right, I'll go back here. I'll let you take it away here, Greg.
Yeah,
you jump in with that hail.
Yeah, and you take a look at the rotation off to the south. I'll handle the Orland Park one for now, because again, behind that you have the descending area. You've got the hail core that's dropping on Palos Park and Worth, and those are the spots that Tracy was talking about. May see up to 5-inch hail. It told me 20 years ago that we were seeing 5-inch hail in this neck of the woods. I was working out in the Quad Cities then, and I probably wouldn't have believed you. But over the past, it seems like 5 or 6 years, we've been getting the big dog hailstones moving over us. That used to be like a hail alley type thing, eastern Colorado into Nebraska and into Kansas too. But that has certainly made its way off to the east, and I would even argue farther off to the north over about the last 5 or so years. So watching this Orland Park rotation, mostly due to not only the straight line winds, but also the fact that you're seeing a lot of deep colored blues and greens right next here to these reds. So south of Orland Park, again, that possible rotation has moved just now off to the south of the city. It's making its way down towards Wheeler Drive. It's basically following South 94th Avenue as it makes its way off to the south. If these spots sound familiar to you, you should already be in your tornado precautionary area. And crossing off to the south of I-80, I would say within about the next probably 15 minutes at the most, 20 minutes, I would say, and then out to Lincoln Estates. So 20 minutes takes that out to Lincoln Estates at about 1 o'clock straight up. So you've got some time. That's the good news about these storms moving so fast. The bad news is something that usually blows in and takes 90 seconds to 2.5 minutes to do what it's done is actually taking more like about 5 minutes or so. These are moving at half the speed that you would normally expect them. I would even argue maybe a third of the speed. You see a lot of severe thunderstorms here, especially supercells that move pretty quick, 50 to 60 miles per hour. This one's moving at 20 to about 30 miles per hour. So again, great for lead times on warnings. I mentioned this on I-55 as it was crossing the I-55 corridor. Don't let anybody drive west into it if you're coming out of the city, or east into it if you're coming from out near I-39. Now it's the same deal for Interstate 80. If you know some folks who maybe were coming from northwest Indiana and headed down the I-80 corridor out towards Iowa or towards central portions of Illinois, make sure that they're not driving through Will County right now, specifically Tinley Park, Oak Forest. If you're seeing the exit signs and you're making your way off to the west, not exactly where you want to be. So again, if you know anybody who's out on the road, just give them a heads up here. And taking a look at not only the velocity data, but I do want to jump back to the overall location of the warm front, just to kind of show you what direction these storms are going to continue moving. And I mentioned this before. Look at the temperature difference here between Batavia and Sycamore. You got about 15 degrees worth of temperature difference, and here is the warm front, kind of scoots out off to the east here. You got a west-east jog in it. This is where all the rotation started up. It's a little kink right in that front, partially influenced by the lake, and then it continues farther out off to the south. So these storms are going to ride right along this warm front. So you see a little meandering in them as they dive farther off to the south and into portions of Kankakee County within about the next, I would say, hour or so. Hopefully, Tracy, although it's not really looking like it, the rotation will get a little more diffuse, but we still have straight line wind warnings. If we go off the air because the tornado warnings expire, these are going to be really strong winds all the way through the southern reaches of the viewing area.
And not just that, we've had the hail reports.
Right.
Too.
Well, yeah.
Very large hail, of course. But, you know, oftentimes folks will say it had to be a tornado. It doesn't have to be a tornado to do a lot of damage. With straight line winds, as Greg was pointing out, we can have significant damage. So we're watching that. But tornado safety, whether it's straight line winds or not, you got to avoid those windows and be in the lower level of the home or residence or office building or school that you are in. Here's a look, Doppler rainfall estimates. I keep showing this, and we're seeing more of these yellow shadings. This is maybe 2 to possibly 3 inches of rain that has accumulated in a very rapid period of time. Let's go to the tornado warnings. I separated these from the severe thunderstorm warnings so you can really lock down and get an idea of where these warnings are. Homer Glen, New Lenox, right up 45, as you can see. Tinley Park area, if you're more familiar with the music venue out there, yes, that is included in that. Down toward Frankfort. So a lot of folks who may have children out at summer camps or something, and hopefully many of those were held indoors today because of the extreme heat. But meanwhile, and Greg and I have been trying to emphasize so much with these storms, they've been so slow and lazy and poking along that they have oodles of time to produce some insane rainfall amounts in a short period of time. So that's why we have the flash flood warning in effect here, Cook County, eastern half of DuPage County, basically. So we'll be getting rainfall totals here that evolve over the next hours or so as these storms continue to push through. If you're in Orland Park, well, I hope you are watching us from your basement or your safe location. Approaching Tinley Park as well. We'll check with Greg to see if anything's coming in from the Tinley Park area. But this is your cue now. Get to your safe space. If you're in the Homewood area, if you're in Frankfort, I would get there. Greg has been talking extensively back toward Romeoville and the Joliet areas where we still have the tornado warning that is in effect. And I know that there are numerous golf outings today.
It's a Monday.
It's a Monday.
Yeah.
It's a big day for charity golf outings. And so I know a lot of those probably interrupted out at Mistwood. Certainly, I've heard of some in the northern suburbs today as well, the western suburbs. But yeah, Monday's a key day for those charity outings.
And you mentioned that it cruised right down I-53, or not I-53, Route 53, which is where like Mistwood is.
Yeah.
And you're right, all those golf courses down in that direction. And of course, residential neighborhoods too. But beyond, by the way, just the tornadic threat, you notice this very large severe thunderstorm warning box that has a tornado potential tag, tornado possible tag. Tracy, while you were talking towards the end, it looks like they canceled that tornado warning that's out near Joliet type area in Will County, but they've continued this very focused tornado warning that's out near Orland Park, now slipping off to the south of Orland Park, and Frankfort too. If you're in Frankfort, tornado spot right now, although it looks like the most bad of the rotation is going to pass off to your east and possibly off to your south and east here as it crosses US 30 and I-57. So this tornado warning goes until 1:30, probably going to be out of the warning box by about 1 to 1:10. So we'll see if they continue it. But it's the larger scope that we were talking about, Tracy. It's not just the tornado warning that we need to be concerned with. As you know, these storms evolve through time, first becoming a tornado threat, then they kind of gel together and it becomes an overall severe wind threat. I mean, I queried just a random spot in the wind up there in that blue and it was 113 miles per hour. Granted, that was probably 1,500 to 2,000 feet off of the ground where the radar beam was, but wouldn't be shocked if there were 80 mile per hour wind gusts making it down to the ground. And also, as we start getting into these yellow colors in the rotation and velocity data, these get into the 50 to 60 mile per hour range, again, as you take a look at those. So I'll probably just grab a random one here, and there you go, 53 miles per hour. Gate to gate shear, which is measuring the difference between this color and the color next to it, is 34 miles per hour. So consider that 34 miles per hour worth of rotation that's sitting in the atmosphere. And those spots that we're concerned with are right where you see the winds change direction over a very abrupt period of time. That's how kind of you get the tornadic development, and gate-to-gate shear is one of those tools that we use to see if there's a TVS, or a tornado vortex signature, within the velocity data. Now, I'm not seeing a sure sign of a TVS here, which is good, but the rotation is present, and we've seen it pop back and forth between putting down a rotating wall cloud, occasionally possibly a tornado, as we saw from some of the correlation coefficient data, which shows debris lofted into the air, and that was up near the Downers Grove area. So that's why we are being very careful with this, again, as it makes its way right between Frankfort and Madison on US 30. I've driven on this road too. Again, there are plenty of houses that are along that road, intermixed with the fields. You got some beans down there and also some corn as you start heading into central and southern portions of Will County. So this is basically running right along, parallel, and even across I-57 up near Country Club Hills, Tinley Park. And as this passes and you get the strongest winds, be aware that just given the rotation or the orientation of these storms along the warm front, that you'll likely see some really high winds, some really heavy rain. And then it may hail on top of you too, Tracy, because some of those hailstones have been anywhere between about 3 and 5 inches. I haven't seen any pictures come in, which is a good thing, because to me that is telling me that folks are not just dilly-dallying out on their porch and watching these storms move through.
And Greg, Weather Service now just stating, Scott there says near the Will-Cook County line, straight line wind gusts of 90 miles per hour.
And you'll notice here too, just to jump in real quick, you see how they're putting a new warning box out? That's a severe thunderstorm warning. So it looks like they're seeing the same thing that we are, that this is transitioning more into a large scale straight line wind event than a tornadic rotation. Look, it's, yeah, so basically right now the updraft on this is collapsing, the downdraft is taking over, and that's a long, large area between Frankfort and Madison of probably about 50 to 70 mile per hour worth of wind. And it looks like they might have extended that tornado warning too. So I'll take a look at that.
I'll let you take a look at that, and I'll just take a look at some of these rainfall totals. I'm getting folks asking me, how much rain have we had? We'll get all those numbers out to you ASAP, but generally looking at Doppler rainfall estimates, we've had easily 3 inches of rain, probably within about half hour, 45 minutes time, but flash flood warnings are in effect. And as Greg just noted, this tornado warning has now been extended farther to the east. Those of you in Homewood, this is the time you get to your safe space, the basement, the lowest level in the building that you are in, Chicago Heights over toward Linwood.
Yes,
and we also see that flash flood warning staying in effect until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Here's a look at the radar right now. So around Tinley Park and then extending eastward and down toward Chicago Heights is where we now have that tornado warning in effect. This is that time. I know some of you are saying, well, I don't hear sirens. I mean, don't worry about sirens in a situation like this. You got to get to that basement right now, or the lowest level of the building you're in, the interior section of that building. You have to stay away from windows. Sirens were created for outdoors. When you're outdoors, if you're indoors, don't try to hear the sirens, because right now what's most important is if you are in these tornado warned areas, you get to that safe space. As we take a look, I'll broaden it a little bit, but once again, Homewood. So where you're seeing the white and the pink on the radar, that's one, some pretty intense rain, two, some pretty intense wind coming in with this. But I want to also mention those of you in the northern suburbs who are saying, hey, we're still getting heavy rain here. Indeed, you certainly are, along with that potential for some strong gusty winds. So we are watching where that tornado, and this looks like a real mishmash here, but watching to see where we can maybe pick up on some circulation, and there is concern coming out of Tinley Park over toward Homewood that we may be getting some powerful wind gusts in those areas. Hail. We've had potentially grapefruit size hail at some points with these storms. Now this would be more like maybe baseball size hail around Orland, waiting to get more reports of those observations. But these storms continue to move to the east and southeast at about 20 miles per hour, poking along producing some very heavy rain. So we still have flash flood warnings in effect. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the flash flood warning even expanded more so as we go through the afternoon. Let's go out to the Westmont area, and you can see right there, proof is in the pudding, as we see hail just bouncing off of that sidewalk right there. And we've had numerous reports of hail, especially across some of the western suburbs here today. And those hailstones have ranged in size from pea size to baseball size to potentially grapefruit size. And then we go out to Westchester, and we mentioned that specific town that was in for the potential for some very decent hail and, of course, some very heavy rain. And we are continuing to watch the rain kind of diminishing across parts of DuPage County right now. Westchester, Westmont, the rain is diminishing for you. But Greg, let's see what kind of updates you might have now.
Yeah, and again, you kind of have to orient your mind to the orientation of the warm front because it's a little bit weird for where we see the rotation. But this is, well, it's 294 and then Interstate 80 is on here somewhere. There it is, off to the south. This is like the Markham area, and this just over about the last 3 or so minutes, kind of around Country Club Hills. Olympia Fields is off to our south as well. I know, like, we're on golf courses today. Sometimes it's Portillo locations, sometimes it's golf courses. It's whatever comes to mind with the tornadic development, but just as long as you get like a lay of the land. Olympia Fields off to the south of this, and then Homewood, and then as I mentioned, Country Club Hills here off to the north. This is the area around Markham that I'm concerned for now renewed tornadic development. Specifically, it was back here. Now the latest scan brings it right here. So in between Harvey and also Homewood. That is significant rotation. I want to look at the gate to gate just because I'm interested myself on what that is, because it might be upwards of 100 miles an hour. So 50 miles per hour just from a click. I guarantee if I clicked around, we could get closer to 100. Pretty much these are like 30 to 50 mile per hour winds here. And then on the north side, these are like 70 to 90 miles per hour worth of wind in the opposite direction. So you have to add them together. And again, while the area rotation is a little bit broad, they're popping up a tornado warning because they're seeing exactly what I'm seeing. There's the potential that there's a tornado that is either developing or perhaps even on the ground. So I'm going to switch back over to the correlation coefficient data when I take a look at more of this. I know it's just a hodgepodge of polygons that you see here on the map. And again, this owes mostly to the weird orientation of the warm front. As we mentioned before, these came in from the north. There's an easterly jog in the warm front, which is what they are sitting on now. It's why this whole storm, if you're a meteorologist or you have a meteorological eye, kind of looks upside down, or maybe not what you're used to seeing in a textbook. And then it'll continue back off to the south here as we head off to the south. So what they're covering is this storm either splitting into two, one going out off to the east, one going off to the south and southeast, or continuing as a straight line wind event. And that's something you're seeing out of this too. Chicago Heights, out through Tinley Park. I mean, these are all winds that are gusting now and for quite some time to about 70 miles per hour with upwards of 90 mile per hour straight line wind gusts. So it almost doesn't matter if the tornadic rotation is over you. There's going to be plenty of tree damage. So our crews, they're working their way out towards Westmont. They're working their way out towards Downers Grove, and what they're going to do is they're likely going to follow that damage out off to the south, either taking I-57 or I-45, and you're going to see a lot of straight line wind damage, Homer Glen, Tinley Park, Worth, even out further out off to the west as you get to Joliet and Bolingbrook. St. John, by the way, you've got about a half-hour warning before this makes its way to you, perhaps even a little bit closer, because as these storms continue to blow themselves out, Tracy, they'll also start moving a little bit faster just by virtue of picking up some of the momentum from those 90 mile per hour winds. So yeah, I want to zoom a little bit closer into that renewed tornado warning. So that's going to cover spots that are in northern Lake County that weren't covered before. Whiting and Gary, go ahead.
Let me just jump in, Greg, real quick, because the Weather Service is talking about possible tornado from Hazel Crest and Harvey.
Yeah, so that's what I was...
north of I-80, which you exactly...
Yeah, I mean, it was clear as day, right? Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, that is like classic textbook. Well, it's not textbook in the way it's oriented along the front. But I mean, when you see a gate to gate that's sitting, and if I clicked around, I could guarantee I could find it. 78. So I said 100, right? If I could click around, I guarantee I'll find 100 miles per hour of a gate to gate velocity somewhere in that area, because yes, this is the spot we're concerned about. So again, if you are in the Harvey area, you should already be in your tornado safe place. We've given you about 30 minutes worth of warning. But farther off to the south, Glenwood, Lansing, Linwood, Crete,
Dyer,
yep.
all areas where you got to get into that safe place.
Because this is like serious. This is not, this is not just a little rotation on radar that we're a little bit worried about. I mean, that's really significant stuff that you don't see very often. It could potentially be an EF2 or EF3 tornado if it gets on the ground.
Yeah, and I just wanted to separate the tornado warning so you can kind of get your bearings with some of these, because I know we've had a lot going on, as Greg has said, a lot of different polygons that have been showing up. But this tornado warning, now this one includes Gary and points south down toward Lowell, Indiana. So not just the potential for rotation, but also the potential for some very powerful wind gusts. We have had, as Greg has been talking about, the gate-to-gate shear with the potential for 70, 80, 90 mile per hour straight line winds, aside from that potential for tornado in the area. But Frankfort, Tinley Park, I'm very worried about those of you around the Chicago Heights area. If you're not in that lower level of the structure that you are in, get there now, or the interior section of the building that you are in at this very moment. If you're in Dyer, Indiana, if you're in Crete, so it doesn't look like much in Crete right now, but this is moving to the east and southeast at about 20 miles per hour. So again, this stuff is moving so very slowly, and we're talking about some intense rainfall as well. Still, just want to focus a little bit on the northern suburbs, so you folks don't think we forgot about you. No, but some of that heavy rain that you have had, that is starting to move out over the lake. But as Greg has been pointing out, we've had this concern about rotation near Orland, near Tinley Park, and then the Weather Service has been watching that area just to the north of I-80, Hazel Crest toward Harvey. But hail, damaging hail, has been part of these storms this morning too. Earlier this morning, I was thinking it was mainly going to be more of a high wind threat versus an extremely large hail threat. But my goodness, that hail is certainly showing up and showing off here today, as we have had ping pong ball size hail. We've had reports of golf ball size hail, as well as that potential for baseball size hail with some of these storms too. So these continue to move to the east and generally southeast at only around 20 miles per hour, bringing along with them very heavy torrential rain. And it's just kind of almost, at times, Greg, it almost seems like these storms have been barely moving.
Not moving, yeah, at all.
Yes.
And the reason I think that, and I'm going to go back to the way the front is oriented, is because they have been moving at 20 or 30 miles per hour, but they've moved 20, 30 miles per hour off to the south. And then remember, the front takes a jog to the east, so they basically stayed stationary there through southern portions of DuPage County and northern Will County. And now they're starting to jog to the east at 20 or 30 miles per hour, and then they're going to start jogging back out off to the south. I pulled up the latest 2 hours worth of satellite and radar data to show you just that here. You can kind of see the general storm motions from the west to the east, right? Those are the winds in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere. But the surface rooted parts of these, this is a perfect example. Southern DuPage County, and then it jogged its way off to the east, and then it's going to continue its way off to the east or south as it makes its way into Lake County, Indiana. So the temperatures here, and it gives you a good idea which way these will continue going between Hammond and down off to the south as you get to like Kankakee, Bourbonnais. Those temperatures are a little bit on the warmer side of things, right? Like that warm front kind of gets washed out and goes out over Lake Michigan. So with these sliding off to the south of the warm front, I'd expect it just to transition into more of a high wind threat. But Tracy, as you mentioned, still tornado warnings that exist out off to the east, and these are still remaining surface-based and really slow movers. We haven't looked at the actual reflectivity data in a while on these. It's always worth looking at just to kind of see what the general storm shape is in. We know that there's some rotation embedded within the core of this, but what I like to see is they trim down that tornado warning even finer. Is this cell trying to split? It looks to me, it looks like this is trying to split out off to the south. That'll be a high wind threat as it makes its way through southern portions of Will County and northern portions of Kankakee County. You see areas off to the south kind of under our banner right now in the, Kankakee area, which isn't technically warned for a severe thunderstorm, but eastern Kankakee County are warned for a severe thunderstorm. This could easily have 70+ mile per hour winds in it. And then on the northern side, the spot that's still kind of clinging hang on to whatever's left of that warm front and the rotation that it provides, we still have that tornado warning, which you notice they're kind of doing some trimming on at this time. You see that new tornado box starting to blink just a little. So I'm going to go over to the new velocity data, and you see that I finally actually have to move the computer a little bit. Usually you're chasing these things around, and they are watching probably for the northern edge of this here with this tornado warning box from Whiting out to Gary, and basically stopping its way at Hobart and Ogden Dunes, kind of the 94 Skyway, right? Taking the Skyway out to northwest Indiana, that type of spot. They're warning that mainly for this northern edge, just to cover off it, making its way a little bit farther off to the east. But if you're in St. John, I'd be a little bit more concerned with the imminent threat of severe weather, specifically gusty winds and perhaps even some tornadic rotation moving over you. What I'm seeing, though, over the last couple of scans is that while in general it looks pretty good, you're getting these stair steps, Tracy, that we so often see when storms transition from a supercell type structure where it's just one storm with a very clear rotation in it to more of a linear threat where there's a line of thunderstorms, and embedded in that line are weaker and shorter lived tornadoes. And there's that stair step for you. So if you live out in Hartsdale, kind of along Route 41 as you cross over the state border, there's some of that rotation making its way to you. You see that right there. Another kind of mini area that I'll watch but not super concerned with between Hammond and Hartsdale. And then one on the south side of Hammond. So if you live in Hammond, Indiana, you're going to have to be worried about that rotation that's showing up here as these continue their way out off to the east, and they do so very slowly. I mean, these are only moving at about 30 or so miles per hour. So I'm going to draw kind of a broader line on this, south and east, for about the next, we'll call it 20 or 25 minutes. And again, this is at 20 miles per hour, so you can even put these times a little bit earlier. So that'll be St. John at about 7 past the hour, so basically coming up in the next couple of minutes. You'll see the strongest winds in St. John. Rolling Hill Estates at about quarter past, so you've got about 10 or so minutes. And then in the order of about 15 or so minutes as they make their way into Merrillville. But Tracy, I think the trend here is for them to narrow down that tornado warning to just the area they're most concerned about. And then I think everything else is just going to get a blanket severe thunderstorm warning with gusts that may be up to 90 miles per hour as these updrafts start to collapse a little bit.
Absolutely. And we had reports, the Weather Service is saying there have been reports of 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts around the Frankfort area, enough to blow down a wall at the Public Works facility. So you're pointing that out.
Well, that's where we saw the 103, remember I just clicked on, was right in that area. So 113, yeah.
Yeah, really something. So we still have the tornado warnings in effect. As you can see, eastern Will County, just catching parts of eastern southeast Cook County, and then over toward Gary, and then down in toward Newton and Jasper counties. And these are in effect until 1:45 this afternoon. But some of these storms continue to become a little more, shall we say, disorganized. So we're not seeing as much of a rotating component as we are straight line damaging winds. You get 70, 80, 90 mile per hour wind gusts, straight line, that pushes all the damage just down toward one direction. And that certainly can do a lot of damage, and we're already hearing reports even out around the College of DuPage too, apparently some damage reports coming in. But large hail has also been an issue with these storms. Here's a look at the latest radar around Moni right now, and we are getting some very heavy rain, and that's a huge part of what we have been seeing. I've been trying to talk a lot about that as well this morning because we've had so much rain in such a short period of time that flash flood warnings have gone into effect. You got to be really careful with some of this intense rainfall. The flash flood warning here in Cook County in effect until 4 o'clock this afternoon, as well as in DuPage County. And it looks like some intense rain right now around Cicero, around Berwyn. Then there's the hail size. So right now, so a couple of the past scans, we've seen hail, and the colors here have been an intense fuchsia or yellow, indicating huge hailstones. Baseball, potentially 5-inch diameter hailstones. So we're not seeing as large of hail, but it's still out there coming through Orland right now. If you're in the Palos area, you know, it's not a good day to just be out there observing, certainly, and especially with all of the lightning that we still have out there as well. But we got to get into those interior sections of the building you're in. I know it's intriguing from a meteorological standpoint to look out and see what's going on. But when we are in a severe weather situation as we are right now, the most important thing is your safety, your family's safety, and you gotta be away from the windows and in the interior section of the building or structure that you are in. Meanwhile, let's talk about the heat, because we still have all of these heat alerts in effect. 71 degrees right now at O'Hare. I just wanted to check out some of the temperatures, because as Greg has been drawing out the warm front and where it lies, look at some of these areas that are, shall we say, underneath or west of that warm front. 95 degrees right now, Rockford. We have 89 in Pontiac. But where we have had some of these storms, we have certainly had lower temperatures, lower dew points. But even still, there are numerous areas still having to endure some of this extreme heat. We have a cold front that is yet to come into the area. That happens tonight. We'll get some relief after all that. But Greg, we still have a lot to get through yet this afternoon.
We do, yeah. And circling back, by the way, here's some of that hail that we saw from Tinley Park, and that's very easily somewhere between about nickel and quarter size. I'm going to guesstimate on the smaller end, but some of those splashes look like it maybe is even approaching golf ball size. Yeah, those are probably nickels to about quarters. But we're still seeing, or I'm still seeing, hail signatures that are back near the Frankfurt area and Tinley Park that are getting close to about the 1.5 to 2 inch, which is around about ping pong ball size to about egg size hail. Also, Tracy, while you were talking, and remember, circling back again to that 113 mile per hour click that I had when we were looking at the wind speeds behind this, there are still some 90 to what I would estimate is probably about 100 mile per hour winds behind this leading edge of the thunderstorm. And the National Weather Service has also seen that, and they've upped it. Tracy, have you ever seen a severe thunderstorm warning here with the stated high-end gust of 100 miles an hour?
No.
Right. It just doesn't happen.
Very rare.
It's very rare. I can't remember the last time it happened around here that you have a severe thunderstorm warning for wind gusts that are up above, much above 70 miles per hour, let alone 100 miles per hour. But the atmosphere is ripe for this. There's a ton of moisture wrapped itself up on the southern side of a very strong warm front with some really dry air that's off to the north that's getting entrained in the storms, and that's producing these really strong downdrafts. So Crown Point, you need to be in your tornado safe place, although I'm losing the concern for actual rotation. But still, 100 miles per hour worth of wind means that anybody who's in this severe thunderstorm warning, from Schneider to Lowell up to Gary, needs to take the same precautions that they would take for a tornado that has 100 miles per hour worth of wind. I mean, you're in EF1 range, bordering on EF2 range at that point. Taking a look here at those hail cores, they are much less intense than they were earlier, which is what you would expect as thunderstorms start seeing winds accelerate out in front of them. What you're seeing is air sinking in the atmosphere. So you're going to get a big boost of hail like we saw around Tinley Park and Frankfurt. I'd imagine these hailstones are probably in the order of 1 to 2 inches in size, maybe out towards New Lenox too. But as you continue making their way off to the south, these hailstones should get a little bit smaller, but anything that's up and above an inch in diameter is going to do damage to your car. It possibly is going to do damage to your siding, especially when it's wind driven by 100 miles per hour worth of wind. And I think that's something that I learned very well on the eastern plains of Colorado. Can happen very closely, both personally and from working out there in the Denver area. But here is the renewed tornado warning. You see they're allowing that box to flash. It looks like, it's tough to tell with all the lines rolling over each other, that they've trimmed up probably the back edge.
Yeah, no longer in Illinois.
Okay, so they trimmed it to the state line. Thank you, Tracy. So now Hammond, you're still in it. You're in Indiana, St. John, Cedar Lake too. And the reason they're warning such a big swath is what I was talking about before. How you're kind of getting that stair step look to the front of this. A perfect example here is you can't really point to one area and be like, tornado. But what you can see is, well, of course it now updated, that there was that little stair step in, which is now gone near Frank Road. And then as you go off to the north, again, this is a brand new scan, you start seeing those stair steps again. And these aren't like significant ones. Usually they have to come a couple more pixels in before I start getting worried about it. But you know, the vibe is there here, kind of the stair steppy type look, where basically the air is flowing in and then jutting out from the thunderstorm, so you can get a slight area of spin. One good example here is just off to the north, Independence Hill, northern side of town, before you get into Merrillville along 73rd Avenue. So if you're in Merrillville, again, it doesn't look to me like very clearly there's a tornado on the ground or anything like that, but the winds behind this could be up to 100 miles per hour. Maybe not on the leading edge, but right when things start to get a little bit quiet again and the wind changes direction here back off to the north and east is where we can see some of those really high wind gusts get in, Tracy.
Right now, Greg, ComEd is telling us that there are probably 160,000 customers without power.
Oh, that's going to go up too, yeah.
Yeah, I think it will go up. So hopefully those of you who are able to still get the information we are providing with you are able to make it, find it useful. I drew these little pink lines because I wanted to show you kind of the leading edge of where some of these intense wind gusts. So we've had some of them Manhattan over toward Orland, but now we're seeing that gush and that rush of strong, powerful winds on the order of maybe 90 or 100 miles per hour, as Greg was talking about. If you're in Cedar Lake, Indiana, if you're in the Grant Park area, if you're in Crown Point, even though you may not get an actual tornado, these are powerful wind speeds, and I highly suggest you get away from those windows and of course into interior sections of the structure you are in. So this here, Grant Park over to Cedar Lake, Indiana, I would say within about the next 20 minutes, you may get this intense rush of wind where you are. Here's a look at the radar, and as you can see, we still have heavy rain. I mean, I feel like I've been showing you the radar out of Moni for days or something, but yeah, we still have intense rainfall around for you folks in the Moni area, Manhattan, and then we still have rain here, certainly in the city. Not getting any tornado reports or anything in the city, but right out along the Stevenson, potential for a little bit of hail, maybe pea-size to quarter-size hail with some storms there. And we still have some of that hail, smaller in size than some of the hailstones we had earlier, but even still, hail nonetheless. So we still have a few tornado warnings that are in effect. On top of that, some of these heat alerts that remain in effect. I mean, we can't discount the dangerous heat that remains. I want to go back to one of my other graphics here. I'm just going to step here, and this is what we do on live TV, right, Greg?
I mean,
we kind of edit as
any organization that has been in our show before we went on is now gone.
I know.
Our show just kind of looks like the wires behind your computer desk after a couple of years.
It's so true.
So yeah.
But yeah, so we're going to go and look at some of the storm reports that are coming in. You see right here, this is a little tornado report that actually came in around Orland Park. Of course, the Weather Service will have to kind of assess that and confirm it. But numerous hail reports, as you can see, around the area. And then, of course, we get to the Doppler rainfall estimates, and we have had just intense rainfall on the order of maybe 2 and 3 inches of rain. Greg, what do you see?
Well, the lightning too. As you mentioned before, there's just so much going on the radar. Like, you just have to turn off the lightning layer because you've got rotation, and you've got rainfall rates, and you've got wind gusts and everything. Taking a look here at the loop, because as Tracy said, static radar is one thing, but to actually look at the trend of these storms, it gives you a pretty good idea. Say you're sitting over here in Porter or LaPorte County and wondering what's headed your way. The good news is that while you are going to catch some storm activity, the stuff that's moving through Chicago right now, the bad stuff, the really bad stuff, is off to your south and southwest. You can see that storm kind of blossoming and getting a little bit, not typical severe thunderstorm shaped. I think that's probably the most delicate way to put it, as it heads into southern tip of Lake Michigan. And the reason behind that is, well, the evolution of the storm and the collapsing basically of the updraft that's kept it going as it's crossed this very weirdly shaped warm front that's draped across our area. As Tracy had mentioned before, there's just so much going on. It's a paint by number polygon game that we have. These are the active warnings. You've got the severe thunderstorm warning from the Brookfield Zoo and the town of Brookfield all the way into Chicago for that storm is moving through now. Good news is no rotation there, down to Worth too. And then you get that more significant severe thunderstorm warning with the wind gusts up to 100 miles per hour south of Tinley Park. Now north of that, and what's going to probably trail along this, is the flash flooding and flood alerts that we have right now. That goes all the way into northern Cook County, stops at the border of Lake County, goes all the way over into the northeast corner of DuPage County, stops short of Naperville. Actually looks like it stops short of like Hinsdale, Downers Grove, Lyle type area, and then goes down to Romeoville too, stopping just short of there for all of that really intense rainfall. Now as we get closer to kind of the bulk of those storms farther off to the south, you can see that trailing edge is finally starting to let up in Tinley Park and Frankfort. As Tracy had kind of half joked before, I feel like we've been talking about spots for an hour now. We've been talking about Frankfort for the better part of 45 or so minutes because those winds and the storm motion has only been about 20 to 30 miles per hour, depending on what part of the storm you're looking at. But it's getting better in Frankfort. It's getting better in Tinley Park. You're probably seeing the hail coming to an end. But as you head to portions that are south of Harvey and start getting into northwest Indiana, you're seeing the most intense areas of those winds. From Crown Point out to West Creek, this is the area that's not only tornado warned, which I don't see just at first glance some real concerns for tornadoes maybe up here to the north. I'll inspect that in just a second. But what I do see is a big broad area that's certainly capable of producing 90 to 100 miles per hour worth of wind. It could take out power. Anything that's not secured out in the yard's going to get blown around. And Tracy, as you mentioned before, putting things into motion really gives you perspective. Look at this bloom, right? We had a big time tornado threat here in southern portions of DuPage County and northern Will County. That very small area of rotation as the thunderstorm spread out and that downdraft spread out. Look at it. It stretches from what was only just about a mile wide now to about 25 or so miles wide, and it covers spots from just north of Crown Point all the way out to Manteno and crosses now basically along the I-65 corridor there just off to the south of Merrillville. And located within that is still a hail core that, as I mentioned, is getting better. And that's what I like to see, Tracy, the fact that the intensity of the hail core hasn't picked back up again, which to me says this storm's kind of just blowing itself out a little bit, but it's got so much instability and so much energy built up. As it does so, unfortunately, right over our viewing area, we're seeing just some wild wind speeds.
And Greg, also a report, just got this report in now from the Crete area about intense rain and
possibly hail, probably.
Possible, yes, and reports of tree damage, tree versus Park District building. In Crete, and from a trained spotter over in Maryville, Indiana, rain-wrapped wall cloud.
And so that's the thing too, as a storm collapses, there's going to be more rain falling out of it. So you're going to see that, and it's a little bit messy of a radar presentation on the front edge. And also the tree versus building, tree versus whatever, that tree that you've been eyeing, that's like, that may come down on the next bad storm. If you live in northwest Indiana, it might be that tree this time, Tracy. I wouldn't be surprised with the wind gust up and above what you would normally see out of a strong thunderstorm.
And that's the thing. We've had so many of these storms that have been producing 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 mile per hour wind gusts. And as you were talking, and we were talking earlier, we don't often see, a thunderstorm, severe thunderstorm warning that says wind gust possible 100 miles per hour.
Tornado possible.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So that has certainly been a core element of the severe thunderstorm warnings that we have had this morning. Storm reports include lots of hail reports. There will be more of these coming in. Flash flood warning. I am hearing from the Downers Grove area of a lot of high standing water out there on Ogden Avenue. Intense rainfall that has certainly fallen out there. I believe we've seen some damage from College of DuPage, but as we take a look, rainfall estimates. So this is from our Doppler rainfall estimate, and where you see the yellow, if you're in Justice, if you're in Hickory Hills, it is highly possible you've had anywhere from about 2 to 3 inches of rain in a very short period of time. And now the flash flood warning has been extended, as Greg and I thought it would be, into portions of Will County. This includes basically all of Cook County for this flash flood warning, eastern half of DuPage County, as I won't be surprised at all. We have numerous locations that have had 2 and 3 inches of rain. All right, an update on the tornado warning. So we've shaved the eastern part or the western part of the tornado warning. So for those of you in St. John and Cedar Lake, Indiana, you're no longer in that, but now they have extended it over into Porter County toward Valparaiso. Greg, do you know what time this expires now?
I'm just pulling that up right now because
it's just been issued.
Flashed in. I was checking the back edge. 2:15.
So 2:15.
Yep.
So that's the one for Porter County.
Central time too, because you're starting to switch. You're getting close to the time switch there, just so we're clear on that.
Exactly. So, you know, the leading edge of some of these very strong, powerful wind gusts coming in to northern Kankakee County right now, moving in across Lake County, Indiana, into Porter County. And once again, you don't have to have a tornado to have such damage, but we have had powerful wind gusts with these storms here this morning and early afternoon. Now, some of that really intense rainfall that we've been speaking about here today has moved into northwest Indiana. Stony Island, if you're in the Englewood neighborhood, you just had some intense rainfall yourselves. There's a ton of lightning out there right now, so outdoors is not the place to be at all. We've had numerous hail reports today as well. But the one thing that we continue to notice, Greg, fewer and fewer large hail reports. We're not seeing these cores, which are yellow and fuchsia colored. So getting smaller and smaller in the hail size, and that's certainly a good thing.
It is, yeah, for sure. And again, just the craziness of these storms, I keep on going back to the orientation of that front, right? So we saw these come in from the north. We had the Milwaukee Weather Service warn a storm that was on the state line. That one did not get a warning, continued into our area. But then we warned one that was in DuPage County. So they came straight from the south. Then they made this jog. And it's the reason we've been talking about like Frankfort and Markham and spots like that for the better part of a half hour. They made this jog kind of to the east. And now they're making a jog more to the north and east around the lake and then back up off to the north. Now, granted, this new tornado warning, while I'm not saying don't take it seriously, is mostly to cover off any spin-up tornadoes that are on the front edge of these very intense wind gusts. But everywhere that you see here as this other part of the storm digs off to the south, everywhere that you see warned south of this blob, I guess, for a better term, lack of a better term on the radar, is capable of seeing a wind gust up to 100 or so miles per hour. So kind of keep this little L shape in mind. And this is why we talk so much about fronts and where they're oriented and stuff across the area, because you could have drawn this up. You couldn't have drawn it up any better by just looking at the orientation of the front on the current data, which I'm getting for you in just a second. Of course, I have to drag it over because my show is just a rat's nest right now after talking about all this really intense weather through the course of today. So taking a look here at these storms, as I mentioned, they're kind of riding along that front down off to the south, and then they're taking this jog out off to the east. And that Valparaiso storm at this time, not seeing any super concerning things on the front edge of that in terms of the velocity data, but still there are areas to be concerned about, like Lake of the Four Seasons, where you see that little jut inwards and then points up off to the north as you head a little bit closer to the south side of Gary and Whiting. Cheryl Scott joins me now as we've been watching these storms cruise to our area. Cheryl, this escalated quickly.
This escalated quickly. These storms just evolved and blossomed in a matter of just minutes. I'm going to backtrack here as I'm just beginning to join the team now for the rest of the afternoon and evening. And I do want to say we have the severe weather threat that's happening and ongoing right now. It is beginning to advance farther to the south and east and south of the city and in northwest Indiana. But an additional round of rain and storms possible later this evening, afternoon into the evening as well. So this is just one of those days where we all need to be weather aware and staying alert. So you can see over the past 3 hours, those storms just fired up and then really packing a punch. Torrential downfalls. We are looking at areas of flash flooding, ponding on area roads. As I was driving into work, definitely a lot of ponding. You had to dodge a lot of puddles out there. So please be alert traveling around the city and areas in northern Illinois, northwest Indiana. This rain is coming down so hard and so fast. It's not going to take a long period of time for this to add up and create some issues for traveling out there. In addition, we have those warnings on the map right now, but you can see how these storms just really intensified and really hugging the lakefront. Greg's been talking about that boundary, and it is draped across the eastern half of our area. But not only that, if you've been out and about this weekend, yesterday and today, you can just feel the moisture and the humidity. There is so much fuel right now in the atmosphere to fuel these thunderstorms and basically feed into the storms, which is allowing for these downpours and also the dynamics here for the instability and the severe weather. Tornado warning still in effect for Lake County here until 1:45. So we have about 15 more minutes to go on that. And then we also have that tornado warning just off to the east here. And this does include parts of Valparaiso and a good portion of Porter County. Now, this one remains in effect until 2 p.m. And we have seen a lot of radar indicated rotation out there today. But in addition, as Tracy and Greg were mentioning, it is also truly about the winds accompanying these storms today. We have wind speeds up to about 80 miles per hour. Greg, you reported a wind speed up to about 100. Of course, that was indicated on radar, upper levels of the atmosphere, but those winds translated down to the surface. It's doing a number on trees as well as power outages. It is just such an active afternoon out there in terms of these storms. So we need to be alert. As we zoom in just a little bit closer, we are beginning to transition out of that isolated rotation situation, Greg, but we are continuing to see a little bit of a bowing. So very strong winds can be expected within these storms as they push off to the south and east, moving at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. As I put this onto velocity, it's not all the time that we see these ultra bright colors being directed back at us. So that's scanning these storms and also relaying to us the type of winds that they're finding out in the storms. And these winds are extremely strong, in excess of 80 miles per hour right now around Winfield, stretching back towards low. So you are getting the strongest part of this storm right now, just passing to the south and east of St. John right now. So you can take a little bit of a breath as this will continue to move out, but down towards DeMott and Lowell, be prepared. Definitely Lowell right now. It's on top of you. DeMott, Couts, this is heading in your direction. And then just off to the east there of Grant Park, crossing over the state boundary there into northwest Indiana. These are intense winds, likely causing some damage out there, Greg.
Yeah, they definitely are. And as we're really focusing very intensely on, for good reason, that bowing leading edge of these storms, this is a decaying phase, make no mistake about it, of this storm. But there are still, even on the reflectivity data, you can see some notches that are around the Crown Point area and in northern portions of Indiana that we have to watch for tornado warnings. While the bulk of this, especially right on the nose of this area, just north of Boone, is a significant high wind threat with 80 to up to 100 miles per hour worth of wind. Now, as that scan went by a couple of seconds ago, while Cheryl was talking, I said, okay, yeah, this is an intense area, but something caught my eye here just off to the south of Chicago, and it's caught the National Weather Service's eye too. Watch as this traces over. See how that part of the storm lights up? I think that there's a hail core there. So I went over to the hail data and I was preparing this, and wouldn't you know, there's this little storm that's north rather of that main storm that has now produced some hail, decent size, probably about nickel size, maybe quarter size, over the south side of Chicago, kind of along Interstate 94 as you take that jog into the city, north of Calumet City, just off to the, well, pretty far actually, off to the south and southeast of Midway Airport, where there's a ground stop, same deal up around O'Hare. Hopefully they'll get those planes moving again. Anywho, they issued the severe thunderstorm warning to cover that because, yes, it looks like another hail core has formed behind it. And of course, there's a ton of instability there. So we have an enhanced risk across the area. We're almost right in the middle of the bullseye for it, for those storms. I want to jump back a little bit and again show you that loop of the thunderstorms as they made their way into the area from the north. Remember I said they did this like southerly jog, then they went off to the east, and we were talking about like southern DuPage County and Frankfort and Romeoville, and then out towards southern Cook County for the better part of about 45 minutes to almost an hour. So after they made that, they're now continuing out off to the east and southeast. And I said that follows basically the warm front. And look at this here. Again, that warm front's oriented very strangely. Not so often across the area do we get the warm front to go like this and then curve back out off to the east and then back down to the south. And this is pretty much just showing you the train tracks that the storms are moving along. And anytime that storm is surface rooted along this front, you'll see those gusts of wind and rotation that forms in the atmosphere. So I wanted to give a couple of seconds to get a couple of scans in here on live Doppler 7 Max. And I'm not seeing much from the radar indicated stuff, although the radar I have selected is probably up around about 4,000 or 5,000 feet as you get out here, but I want to switch modes on the radar from storm relative velocity to velocity, and yeah, that really lights up some of those areas that are the most concerning with the wind gusts, specifically just off to the south of Winfield, where you're seeing velocity data that's coming in. As Cheryl mentioned, ultra bright. It's a good way to put it. 94 miles per hour on that velocity data. We're not getting a ton to gate, of course, because I'm clipping in the middle of it. But this is a huge spot where we're going to see some pretty large power outages. As you head into northwest Indiana, of course, that's NIPSCO for the power utility there. We haven't really seen a lot of numbers from them, but ComEd is reporting, so NIPSCO 7,400, I believe I heard. ComEd is reporting, I believe it was almost 250,000 people that do not have power at this point. It was 130,000 earlier, now up to about 250,000 people without power. And that's because, Cheryl, as we saw before, this is a solid line of anywhere from about, I would guess, at its very least, it was about 15 miles long, but now probably extending up to about 30 or so miles per hour, or 30 miles long of winds that are stretching from not only down to Moments, but Lake Village and all the way up, almost to Lake Michigan.
And it's one of those days where you can just kind of look at radar and see how this all evolved. There were some isolated storms that just blossomed, and then they continued to grow almost family style here. And now we have an entire line that is producing winds in excess of 80 miles per hour. So this line right now moving through northwest Indiana, it is nasty. Heavy downpours expected with very strong gusty winds. So this is not the time to go outside, travel, stay indoors, let this pass on by and let those winds back down. Don't be surprised for some power outages for those of you in Lake and Porter counties as well to the south and Jaspers. This will continue to head to the south and east. You could see still some storms here hanging on in the city. This green box now for parts of Cook County back towards DuPage, that's flash flood warning. This remains in effect for the next couple of hours with the rain that has already fallen and more storms on the way. An additional flash flood warning just to the south, right down I-57. We're going to be dealing with the lingering effects of these storms as we head into the next couple of hours. Not only that, look at all of the lightning. It is a loud afternoon out there with claps of thunder ongoing. This is just a good amount, and also just looking at this, you can tell these storms are still operating and firing on extreme levels right now. That's why we have the severe warning. So let me take the lightning off here. And just to go over the latest warnings here for severe thunderstorm warnings, we do have those warnings in effect for northwest Indiana until about 2:15 here. So for Jasper and Porter, you are now under the severe thunderstorm warning. Also parts of Jasper, Kankakee Lake and Porter included in this. So that's just encompassing this entire line that we are continuing to monitor. We also still have that tornado warning, one now in effect. The last one has been canceled, so that is good news. But for Porter County, this remains in effect until 2 p.m. And we would be concerned about this area from Valparaiso almost stretching down towards Boone. But I can tell you that the biggest threat from this storm right now moving through your area, if you're listening in Porter County, as this is racing through, it's all about the winds, whether rotation, tornadic or straight line. Winds in excess of 70 to 80 miles per hour can definitely do some damage. So stay indoors. If you're under tornado warning, it's always best to be lowest level basement, lowest level if you don't have a basement, away from walls and windows. So a lot still to continue to track here, but let's get you the very latest of where we are finding the most intense rainfall and winds right now. It is truly anywhere from Valparaiso. This is encompassing such a large area right now. For those of you from St. John over towards Winfield, Lowell, Cedar Lake, Beecher, and down towards Grant Park. These are moving to the south and east at about 30 miles per hour here. So these winds will continue to move a little bit farther to the south. So for those of you to the south, Lake Village, DeMont, Barkley, right down I-65, this is going to just be a treacherous go in terms of travel here, at least for the next 45 minutes to an hour as things continue to move to the south and east, and these storms still remain very strong out there at this point in time. Just to give you an idea of where those storms have hit, and they are leaving a mark, we are looking at our latest storm reports, and we can tell with these icons what type of storm report we can see out of this system. So anywhere where you see these dots, those are indicating hail reports and large hail reports. Anywhere you see the tree, wind damage, and even the potential there of a tornado touchdown, not out of the question. Not seeing any reports right now coming out of Northwest Indiana, but it's happening right now for you. So there's still a ways to go. And what's feeding all of this is the hot and humid weather. We have temperatures in the 70s and 80s, out to the west near 90. And this is some rain cooled air. It still feels ridiculously oppressive in terms of humidity, with dew points around the area in the 70s to near 80-degree dew points. 80 degrees is just overly oppressive to extreme. So we are looking at just that strong humidity, so much moisture content in the atmosphere fueling the storms that it feels like it's anywhere from about 90 to 110 degrees right now, where it is not raining and storming. We have those extreme heat alerts on the map as well. Heat advisory in orange here for Chicago, and then back to the west, everyone in pink. Extreme heat warning ongoing through the day today. And I just want to brush on this as well, because we have the storms that are ongoing and happening right now. We're getting impacted by the first round. Notice just to the north of Milwaukee, here is a line of more storms forming. The trajectory of this line will be to the south and east. However, it is continuing to grow a little bit farther to the west. We saw that happen as those storms formed here. They were isolated and the line grew a bit. This will likely be clipping again areas that have already been hard hit, that are getting hit right now as it moves farther to the south. So we are gearing up for another round of storms later this evening. Those are severe warned. Severe weather threat is not done today after the first round moves on out. So I just want to let you guys all know it's one of those days we have to be weather aware and alert throughout the entire afternoon. I mean, Greg, the hope would be that this will press to the east and just miss us. But unfortunately, it is heading due south as well, and it's not looking promising.
Not that it matters that I'm miffed by something, but do you know how miffed I'll be if this happens to build back out off to the west? Because then it'll tap into some air that's very fresh, hasn't been rained into, and we may very well see those tornado warnings extend off to the south this time, because remember, we already got our tornado warnings in northern Cook County and DuPage County. The atmosphere is pretty well spent there, although it is spending this time now behind the first line, recovering a little bit. If this happens to build, as Cheryl mentioned, out towards Madison and slides to the south, I don't think I could really rule out, especially with it sitting along the warm front there, some tornado warnings that might pop up for McHenry County or DeKalb County or Grundy County or LaSalle County. That would be very annoying but is potentially going to be the case later on. So we'll watch those as they make their way out off to the south. Meanwhile, areas that we're watching that are of the most concern to us now, not so much through Chicago, although I've seen some areas, especially around Chicago Heights and into Gary, where we've picked up about quarter-inch to half-inch sized hail. But the area that's of the most concern right now is along the leading edge of the strongest winds, where that sweep line just went by and lit up the thunderstorm for you. And the biggest tornado threat is kind of around Valparaiso right now, but I'm not really seeing that be of huge concern. Also, just side note here, as I looked at the radar, this makes me happy to see that there's just kind of some festering development going on across our western counties. Again, not too worried about this becoming severe, although we have to keep an eye on it just by the virtue of how much moisture is in the atmosphere. But hopefully it'll keep those storms off to the north behaving themselves as we'll get past peak daytime heating, and that'll take a little bit more of the available convective energy out of the atmosphere. Now getting back to the area that's off to the south that is not only tornado warned, but also severe thunderstorm warned, and you cannot sleep on these areas that are south of the tornado warning, because these are winds that are anywhere from 80 to 90 miles per hour at this time. Got an update from NIPSCO. They're around about 20,000 people without power at this point, and I wouldn't be shocked at all if those numbers go up. Most of those, unsurprisingly, are from the Lowell and Crown Point areas, which again makes sense because that's where we saw some 80 to 100 mile per hour winds. As I mentioned, Valpo out in that area was the spot that I was concerned with. Maybe a little bit of rotation. Yeah, possibly. It's on the northern edge. You're getting a little bit of that stair-step action going on around Malden. And then up off to the north. But this isn't as concerning as it was when we were out near Downers Grove, and that storm was really building in intensity. That being said, there's another little spot here that is technically south of the tornado warning, but this severe thunderstorm warning is tagged with a tornado possible tag, so really any spot along the leading edge of these could produce a brief spin-up EF1, EF0 tornado. Spreading out the view just a little, give you an area of the spots that are being hit the most right now, kind of out towards Boone. Again, as this makes its way off to the south, Wheatfield, Stoutsburg, the DeMont area, you guys are seeing kind of the intense winds, the most intense winds right now, and just grabbing a random query from out near the Boone area. And again, I didn't have to click around very much to find an 80+ mile per hour velocity. Now, granted, the radar's kind of far away from this. It's about 50 or so miles away. So you're getting pretty high up into the storm at this point. I can actually measure how far away it is. So 50. Granted, again, it's being 50 miles away. That's pretty far up in the storm. It's around about 4,000 or so feet. But I can kind of flip over to the Webster, Indiana radar, and that'll give us a little bit lower of a view on that storm. And once that velocity data loads in, which it hasn't quite yet, we'll be able to see exactly what that one is saying. Again, that's lower to the ground. So you see those colors change as I switch over. And it's saying about the same thing. So that Webster one is about the same distance. It's probably about 50 or so miles away. And that one around the DeMont area, again, not clicking very much, says 77 miles per hour. So fully capable there at the ground of that area of the storm producing anywhere from about 80 to 100 miles per hour worth of wind. I'm going to draw a little line on that. We'll extend it off to the south and east, and it does make its way, thankfully, kind of out of the viewing area through northern portions of not only Jasper County, but also southern portions of Porter County, out into Rich Grove and North Judson, which is, again, technically out of our viewing area. Notice the hour jump there. It's also across the time change line as you head a little bit closer to the state of Michigan. So, and Indianapolis. Wheatfield, Walker, Railroad, all within about the next 15 or 20 minutes, you folks will be seeing the strongest of those winds. And as Cheryl mentioned, still got to watch the northern edge of this for not only the intense thunderstorm activity, but also the possibility of some heavy rain. And as I said before, you go back towards where the areas are that aren't raining, 85 in Sycamore right now. These are just air temperatures, not feels likes. 91 in Ottawa. It's 88 degrees in Pontiac. They are sitting right out here in DeKalb County on the warm front. So LaSalle and DeKalb County, if those storms do hold together in southern portions of Wisconsin, you're right there where the rotation is possible. Again, normally I know we're talking about a west to east oriented front, but we're talking north to south today. So this is basically the line. The storms will dive off to the south, and you may just see tornado watch boxes or warning boxes that extend straight south from the state border, as opposed to kind of that easterly type direction. Currently across the area in terms of hail, I haven't seen any big spots that have been showing up. Actually, no spots right now, which is a good sign that those storms are perhaps losing a little bit of their intensity. Cheryl, do you have any updates? Well, not only on the flash flooding, which looks like it now includes just about all of Cook County and into northern portions of Will County, but any other updates on the front edge of those storms?
I mean, we continue to monitor, and we've been monitoring the tornado threat. That warning that was in effect here for Porter County has just been clipped down. So we have a new area that's left here until about 2 p.m. So this part of this line, and also along the entire line, has just had some rotation being reported with it as it's been ongoing through northwest Indiana. So has a little bit of a history of rotation, but the biggest threat here will be the straight line wind. So this remains in effect until 2 p.m. This is from Valpo. Buffalo down towards Couch. So we want you to be in your safe place if you are under this warning. This does include also Malden, and you can see a little bit closer right down 49 there, stretching over to the east, Winnata just off to the east of this area, and Crossroads, you're off to the west. So anyone in this general area under this warning, it remains in effect here for another 15 minutes, and we'll see as this storm system advances a little bit farther off to the south and east. I believe we're going to just be transitioning over to severe storms with extremely strong straight line winds capable of damage. So we might be seeing a transition out of the tornado warnings into severe thunderstorm warnings, but it is still fair game along this leading edge of this storm cluster right here that we could find some brief rotation, which means a brief tornado touchdown cannot be ruled out until this system successfully moves its way out of the area. It also has picked up some speed. These storms earlier, once they started to form, were moving at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. We now can see that these storms are racing to the east at about 40, 45 miles per hour. So that will help us in terms of timing to get these storms out and through your area. So as we put a bit of a track on here, Wheatfield at about right now, Railroad at 156, Rensselaer getting closer to you as this storm holds together at about 203, Iroquois at 205, and then eventually a little bit farther to the south as we go into the next hour. So we have about 45 minutes to an hour of this line still hitting parts of our immediate area. I want to switch over to velocity because, boy, we are just still finding intense winds within this storm. Right now from DeMott over towards Boone, almost moving into parts of Dewey there, and Railroad just off to the east. This is where we're finding the most intense part of the storm right now in terms of the winds. Yes, it downpours and very heavy rain and lightning with all of this, but we're clocking these winds upwards of 60, 70 miles per hour. Taking a look at the latest velocity data coming in, close to 80 mile per hour winds within this storm. This has been one of the biggest threats as we've been monitoring these storms throughout the late morning and early afternoon. The velocity will continue here, moving to the south and east, and where we're finding the worst of it again right around that Boone to Wheatfield area. Anyone in this area, you need to stay inside, indoors. Let this pass in the next 20 to 25 minutes, going through parts of Walker, St. Pierre, Railroad 2 o'clock. We mentioned you, White Post 306 as it continues farther off to the south and east out of our area. So we definitely have to monitor that. We've been watching the hail. We've had hail reports of 1 inch in size, even a little bit larger than quarter size hail. Taking a look, we're definitely still finding some penny to dime size hail, but nothing overly impressive in terms of hail. It's the downpours, the threat of flash flooding, and also the extreme winds with this storm at this point. Severe thunderstorm warning still on the map as well. So if you're under this warning, the biggest threats will be those downpours as well. Look at all of the warnings here. So Jasper and Porter, this goes until 2:15, and now Benton, Jasper, and Newton until 2:30. That will be the latest severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued with this line. So over the next 45 minutes, anyone under this warning, and I know you're getting alerts at home and you know who you are, so just keep in mind this is going to be racing on through. Greg, the good news is that this really has picked up some speed and definitely transitioning to more of a straight line wind event, as we're really not finding those tight couplets of rotation within these storms right now, but we'll monitor closely as brief rotation not out of the question.
I think you're right, and I think with the leading edge kind of moving technically out of our viewing area, effectively we are tornado threat free, although we still do have that warning box. Again, this would be, as you look at radar classically, the area that you'd be concerned for the tornadic development, and you can see that has outstriped the box. Now that being said, with the orientation of the front, maybe there's some spots here along the northern edge, but effectively the tornado risk is passing, and we're really focusing, and that's why you're going to see me focus more as I talk for the next couple of minutes over this. Wouldn't be shocked if this gets canceled in the next couple of minutes to few minutes, just because the area has outrun the box. There's still, though, some intense hail and also some really intense winds on the southern edge of that. Now, speaking of the hail, I do want to show you some video that we have from Glendale Heights. That hail really coming down. So that's kind of around like the Addison type area. Elmhurst is out there, Carroll Stream. And look at them bounce. That's how you know the hail is big, by the way, when it gets that huge bound off of the ground. And just listen too. Tree limb down in the backyard, by the way. And thankfully, this hail isn't very wind driven unless we're on the back, kind of leeward side of the house where maybe the wind has been slowed down a little bit. But you can see those winds are pretty strong. And that is hail that is big enough to do damage to not only your siding, but also the roof of your car, the roof of your house, and perhaps even windows too. And we saw on the radar, I haven't seen any reports yet, but we saw on the radar the capability of those storms to produce 4 to 5 inch hail. I wouldn't be surprised as folks come out and they start relaying the reports to us if we're around 4 or 5 inches. It was a very brief period as the storm was transitioning from a supercell to a more linear structure. But again, would not be surprised. The most likely spot for that would be just north of Frankfort, south of Brookfield type area as you head to northern portions of Will County. So what are we looking at right now? Well, as I mentioned before, not so worried about the tornadic threat on the north edge of that, but we'll take a quick look at the velocity data just because. And yeah, I don't see any big concerns here as you head through Valparaiso. If anything, this part of the storm actually looks like the weakest part of the storm at this point, with maybe some weak rotation out just north of Dewey, but that's out of the viewing area and across the time change line. But as we head a little bit farther off to the south, this is where the high risk concern for winds is still a big issue. From Wheatfield back to DeMont, there's this area of the storm that is still producing anywhere from about, just from my eye, 70 to maybe 85 miles per hour. Wheatfield into Railroad within about the next 20 or so minutes as this continues its way off to the south through portions of Jasper County and down along County Road. I do not know that name of that county road. 49. There you go. Indiana 49, just south of Wheatfield. And as you take your way farther south, it kind of runs parallel to I-65, which you see out there, through not only Merrillville, but also through Eagle Crest and then farther off to the south of that. So again, would not be surprised if over the next about 15 or 20 minutes or so, or even 5 or 10 minutes, if they cancel that tornado warning off to the north, but still some really intense wind speeds that are coming out of this area of the line. So let's go ahead and query one of those real quick. And as I just kind of guesstimate again, right along that Indiana route I was talking about, easily 80 to 85 miles per hour worth of wind, and that's caused a ton of power outages. The latest power outage numbers coming from ComEd, almost 300,000 people are without power. It's still in the 200,000 range, but more than 250,000, almost 300,000 people without power. NIPSCO reporting about 20,000, perhaps getting up above that number. The numbers, of course, come in chunks. Big updates. We jumped from like 2,000 people right after the storms moved through Crown Point up to about 19,000 pretty quickly, within about 15 or so minutes. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see another big jump, especially as this moves through more residential areas, like out towards DeMont or out towards, say, Wheatfield. Wheatfield right now, you should be taking your tornado precautions. I know you're not tornado warned, but winds at 80 to 90 miles per hour, no joke. I mean, you're out there in your EF0, EF1 wind speeds for tornadoes, just with straight line winds, and arguably last longer than a tornado would along the leading edge of a storm. I want to shift our focus back off to the north just real quick because I haven't looked at it lately. And thankfully, up there off to the north, they have not continued. It doesn't look like the tornado warnings. I'm going to switch layers just because I flip layers on and off all the time. And no, it doesn't look like that still has a tornado warning on it. But Cheryl, as mentioned before, this is an area where if it builds back off to the west, we may be concerned about it as we head into the second half of the evening now.
And as we're taking a look at radar as a whole, yes, we have the strongest line of rain and storms in northwest Indiana, but we're also noting now more rain, and these are mainly rain showers here forming in parts of Cook County, but also the potential of some isolated storms developing as well. So what we're looking at is where it's already rained so hard, additional showers and rain ongoing, and in addition to what has already hit the area. So flash flooding will remain a concern as we go into the evening, because we also noted and hinted at those storms up to the north that will be moving in later this afternoon, and that will be more insult to injury in terms of our flooding threat and also severe weather. Looking at the latest here in northwest Indiana, I just want you guys to look at this with me and you can assess, you can see the strong nature of those storms starting in northern Illinois, the deep reds, the high reflectivity values we were noting, the rotation as well as hail and damaging winds. But as we advance this to south and east, you notice some of those reds beginning to disappear. A bit of a weakening trend. With that said, the storm is still very strong in northwest Indiana with wind gusts likely upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour. But there are signs showing that this is weakening, not as strong as it once was. We still have that tornado warning here in parts of Porter County, just south of Valparaiso, but really that threat is moving out. as we speak. So this is becoming a straight line wind event with all of these counties in yellow here, including Newton and Jasper. Severe thunderstorm warnings in place here for at least another 30-35 minutes. This is where we'll be watching out for the threat of those strong winds. So again, that one tornado warning here expected to expire in the next 5 minutes. And then as we switch over to velocity, as we continue to monitor our threat here of rotation, but also those straight line winds, we can show you that we are still finding that high concentrated area of strong winds here. Now just off to the south of Couts and to the east there of DeMott. So this is about to cross over here into that railroad area. There's Route 421 there off to the east as well. So anyone in the path of this, you need to be alert. These winds are extremely strong in terms of the velocity. We've been monitoring this all throughout the day, and we've been seeing those reports showing velocity values upwards of 60, 70 miles per hour. The latest scan just coming in and actually showing great things. And this is a great sign. I like when this all happens in real time. Looking at the very latest, we are seeing that velocity is backing off as we speak. So we were monitoring this trend, so likely down closer to about 40 to 60 mile per hour winds possible with that line here. But you're seeing the concentration, those bright reflectivity values kind of dropping out of this. And this is what we want to see in terms of assessing radar. But now we have a severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for parts of this region. So you need to be alert as this continues to move on through. As I widen this out, we've been monitoring not only the storms here at home, but up to the north, there is that line where we have severe thunderstorm warning just north of Milwaukee. So we have to keep an eye on this, watch the trajectory as well as the evolution as it drops a little bit farther to the south. The hope is as it runs into the area where we've already seen all of the rain and all of the severe weather, that will take out some of its steam. But with that said, you've been out and about yesterday and today, and you can feel just how humid that air mass is. There is so much moisture for these storms to work with. So this will be a primary area of concern as we go into about that 3 o'clock to 7 o'clock time frame. And if these storms hit areas that have been hit already, we're going to see more additional flooding in parts of the region. In fact, some spots, and these are just our recording sites in and around any counties here along the lakefront, we've already received excess of about 1.5 inches of rain, up to 2 inches, and a lot of this fell in a short amount of time. Again, I was just out on the roads not too long ago and just ran into a lot of Pondeon area roads. Cars were going around. It's going to be a slow go through the rest of the afternoon and evening, letting the water recede, and then also dealing with another round of storms expected to move in a little bit later this evening. You can see the storm reports, definitely that trail here leaving its mark with the hail, the downed trees, power outages, and the potential of a few tornado touchdowns not out of the question. We can't verify any of that yet, but what we can verify is just how steamy and how hot and humid this air mass is. Greg, it is not so often that we see these dew points nearing 80 degrees. We talk about the Midwest, the corn sweat. It is in full effect today with the evapotranspiration just adding to the fields out to the west. 80-degree dew points are extreme and oppressive.
It's wild, and we've been on air for the better part of about 2 hours now, so I feel like we're all friends, and I can tell everybody safely at home that I know it's humid out when I get the tummy sweat. As soon as I walk outside, we're all friends, right? We can share that with each other. The back, you're through a shirt just like that.
Happening in the studio. It's so humid.
My hands are like my hands. I don't get nervous when tornado warnings are on. My hands stay completely dry, but they are just soaked because it's so swampy out. Yeah. So I got some information from the National Weather Service. They are going to let this expire in 1 minute. So we are not worried about that extending through another portion of our viewing area. We're still watching those strong winds through portions of southern Jasper County. Also, importantly, watching hail that's over Chicago right now. As you were talking, Cheryl, they issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Chicago. This could produce up to half-inch size hail. It's now on the south side of town and making its way out towards Gary. So we're going to watch that. We're also going to watch those storms out off to the north. But for folks who are tuning in and they want to watch General Hospital, we will let you. We'll end our coverage here with that tornado warning expiring, but we will continue it over on the stream.
This has been an AccuWeather alert from ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Okay. And good afternoon, everyone. Meteorologist Cheryl Scott. We have been monitoring our storms ongoing throughout the morning into the afternoon. We still have a few severe storms on the map, so we're going to take you through this as we go into the next 45 minutes to an hour. We still have the threat of some strong storms on the map. So just to look over, you can see some spotty showers and storms from Chicago back towards DuPage here, our western suburbs, and then northwest Indiana. You've been getting the brunt of some very strong winds with a strong storm here that is continuing to move through Jasper County. So Rensselaer, heads up, this is knocking at your door, and it will continue to push off to the south and east at about 40-45 miles per hour. So the storm's picking up some speed, but let's go over some of these warnings, and you can see all of the lightning intact on the map right now. So there is a lot going on in terms of severe weather, but let me turn off that lightning and take you through the very latest, because we just had a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for Chicago, Cook County. This will remain in effect until 2:15. Okay, so this is now just pushing to the south of the city. And what we are concerned here is the potential of the downpours, the flash flooding, high gusty winds, but also some hail not out of the question with this storm as it moves on through. So anyone in this warning, we are noting some penny to dime size hail. Up to quarter size hail can't be ruled out with some of these storms as they push on through. But the main threat here will be the torrential downpours. And you can see just a live look with our latest Illinois Tech Cam here across the Chicago area. There's Rate Field in the background. Not a good day for sporting or any activities across the board, but you can see the cars moving there on the highway. We have to watch out for flash flooding. Ponding on area roads will be a concern throughout the rest of the afternoon. So let me switch back to radar here, because that is the one warning we have for northern Illinois outside of flash flood warnings, because we have those as well. But Chicago severe thunderstorm warning here for another 15 minutes. And then we also have those severe thunderstorm warnings down to the south in northwest Indiana. So as we look at the latest here, you had a few tornado warnings. They have expired. So now this is really transitioning over to a straight line wind event with damaging winds possible with these storms moving on through. So Rensselaer, you can see Porter County, parts of Jasper County still under this warning. Again, let's turn that lightning off so you can get a better idea exactly where this storm is impacting. And we're looking at Couts, DeMotte. Thankfully, the wind's backing off a bit, but it is still quite windy. Winds in excess of 40 to 50 miles per hour as this pushes on through. Your severe thunderstorm warnings will be in place here for the next 30 minutes. So until about 2:30 for Benton, Jasper, and Newton counties, and then it's been extended off to the south and east for Marshall, Pulaski, Stark, and White counties until 3:15. But here in northwest Indiana, again, another 45 minutes before this area, this cluster that we have been monitoring, moves out and away. So it's really that region here, Jasper County, for those of you in Wheatfield, DeMotte, Barkley as well. This is where we're finding the intense downpours as well as some very strong winds. We've been monitoring the winds throughout the day, still showing signs of impressive velocity coming in on radar. So they've been in and out of some very strong high winds. As we take a look at the latest, I can tell you that we're still finding those winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. But earlier, northern Illinois, some of these storms were producing wind gusts upwards of 80 miles per hour. So there has been a sign of weakening within these storms as they've been pushing to the south and east. But Greg, we have a lot still to monitor through the afternoon. We have the scattered showers now impacting areas that have already been hit so hard with heavy rain. We have the flash flood warnings that are in effect for several more hours until 6 p.m. for northwest Indiana, and also for Cook and Will counties until 5 p.m. with additional rounds of rain and storms possible later this afternoon and evening.
Yeah, and as we watch those storms kind of bloom and develop off to our north, honestly, with the orientation of the front early today, I was thinking to myself as I was waking up and having my cup of coffee and looking at the weather scenario, have I ever seen tornadoes form along a straight up north-south oriented warm front? I mean, I have occasionally, but not like the development. Usually they're weaker and they don't like get rooted at the front and they have a tough time. I hadn't seen anything like this in quite some time, but goes to show that really no matter where the warm front is, if you've got some rotation in the atmosphere and you've got all of the energy from the moisture, you can get tornado warnings. And there was some pretty intense velocity data that I saw for a brief period. All right, taking a look here, not only at the area of storms that are producing the really strong winds, like through southern portions of Newton and Jasper counties now at this point, and extreme southern portions, just some rainfall now going on across across Porter County. I'm looking back here off to the west, and I'm liking what I'm seeing. Yes, there is some storm development. Yes, there's a possibility that some isolated hail cores in this, but it's going to take a little bit of the gusto out of the atmosphere and keep this air from recovering, keep it rain cooling. What it's also doing, and I think this is just cool from a meteorological mind point of view, is it's pushing that warm front farther out off to the west. Now, earlier when I came in, and again, when I was having the coffee and looking at the front, it was sitting right here between about Batavia and O'Hare and Lockport. That's where we saw that most intense storm that even produced perhaps a debris signature around Downers Grove. We got crews out in that area trying to figure out exactly what went down there. And then it headed off to the south. Well, now, since those storms have blown out all of their rain cool there, and I'm using air quotes on that because of how humid it is still, it's pushed the front out towards the I-39 corridor, Sycamore and Ottawa. Why do we care about that? Well, because there's still some storms that are hanging out off to the north. They've got severe thunderstorm warnings on them. And I am a little concerned that as they get into this air, which has been untouched by thunderstorms today, that we may see at least a severe thunderstorm warning. Worst case, another one of those tornado warnings. Speaking of tornado warnings, completely expired across our area. We still do have that severe thunderstorm warning. But again, really liking what I'm seeing here around northern Will County. These storms will at least keep the threat of renewed rotation over spots that have already been hit today to a minimum. But still, we're going to be cleaning up a lot of limbs, tree damage, of course, house damage, road flooding still going on, active flood alerts. You could actually see them on the map here, the green color in northern Cook County, through the northeastern corner of DuPage County, into portions of southern Cook County, and into Will County too. And we have some video of that hail. We can just pull up any old video, and there'll be some pretty big hailstones in there. Anywhere from, I've seen video today of nickel size to quarter size, even, again, $50 or golf ball sized hail. This is from Westmont, and that is easily above quarter size. You see that one sitting on the sidewalk there that hasn't moved? That is probably egg-sized, if not at least golf ball size. There's one that fell on the sidewalk, just down the sidewalk a little bit, that's definitely around golf ball size and at least $50 size. Here's another look at that hail video. This one coming out of Tinley Park. Same type of deal. Big hailstones causing, of course, some splashing on that little waterway. That's either, it looks like with the retention wall, either a constant creek, or it's one of those runoff areas that expands when we have heavy rainfall. And we saw, of course, very heavy rainfall, anywhere from about 1 inch to almost 4 inches of rain across the area. Current power outage reports, by the way, as we took a look at another view, this is some of the biggest hail that I've seen from Glendale Heights. That's definitely ping pong ball sized hail, if not maybe occasionally up to egg sized hail, but definitely ping pong and certainly above $50 size. But those power outages, they are up and almost to 300,000 people, according to the ComEd, just in Illinois. In Northwest Indiana, that number's closer to about 25,000 at this hour, and likely to rise, of course, as we get more reports in, with those strongest winds now just finally moving out of DeMont. By the way, in terms of storms that are currently ongoing across our area, we do not have any severe thunderstorm warnings, but we do, sorry for the computer kind of jumping out to literally Kokomo. If we take a look here at the storms there off to the south and west of Chicago, some of them still seeing their severe thunderstorm warnings continue through southern portions of Porter County and through Jasper County too, but this is likely to end, Cheryl, within about the next, I'd say, 15 or so minutes. It's not going to be very much longer until we get the most intense of the rainfall out of the area. But we may see another round of storms later today.
That is a possibility. We don't want to see that, but the rain and the storms definitely helping our severe weather threat later this evening. But it doesn't take a long time for an air mass that we're sitting in to kind of re-energize and get all of its fuel back. So that is something we have to watch. The good news, severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for Cook County, that is off the map now as well. But we still have some lingering scattered showers and storms south of the city right now, back towards DuPage, Naperville, Morris, right along I-80, close to Joliet, scattered rain as well. So for Will, Kankakee, not exactly out of the woods in terms of the rain, and really none of us will be until late this evening when this all clears out. Once it eventually does, you will get to enjoy some much more comfortable air as we go into the middle to the end of this week. That is not the case right now. You can see we have those storms still ongoing and warned here, severe in northwest Indiana. So for Jasper County, DeMont down towards Rensselaer to the east, this is the last part of that very strong line that formed that is continuing to impact our area off to the south and east at about 40 miles per hour. We've been showing you video of the downpours as well as the hail. We have new video that's coming in from Clarendon Hills as well as the Westchester area, and you can see how large this hailstone is, almost up to egg size. So we're looking at hail upwards of 1 inch in size, just falling from these storms, and it's so hot out. So some of you might be thinking, how is there hail and ice? Well, you travel well up in a thunderstorm. We're going 40, 50, 60,000 miles up there. We are looking at very cold air. So the stronger the updraft, the higher these storms build, the potential of that ice and that hail to form up and then be brought down to the surface, even in this hot, humid air mass that we are feeling down at the surface. And all of this moisture is fueling. You can see the downpours there in Westchester as well. So the hail coming down. Also, the extreme high winds, we've had tornado warnings. So in terms of severe weather threats out of storms, we've pretty much had all of those threats that we would see out of the thunderstorm move through parts of our area today. So finally beginning to see things weaken, taking a little bit of a breather from the extreme high winds of upwards of 70 to 80 miles per hour. So severe thunderstorm warnings, just to go over the very latest for Jasper County now until 2:15, and then Jasper and Porter there until 2:15 as well. So we have a few more minutes of these warnings in our area before they push off a little bit farther to the south and east for Marshall, Pulaski, Stark, and White. And those warnings here remain in effect until 3 p.m. So watching these closely, still the potential of some more scattered showers and storms. We have flash flood warnings in effect until 6 p.m. here for Lake County, also parts of Cook and Will until 5 p.m. with the possibility of more rainfall on the way as we head into the evening. We've seen hail, we've seen damaging winds, we've seen possible tornadoes touch down in our area this evening. National Weather Service will have to go out and survey some of that damage to determine whether it's straight line winds, downbursts, or rotation that cause some of the destruction or damage that we find from these storms. But that is a bit a ways away. We have to get through the day in terms of nowcasting and radar monitoring. We have those temperatures in the 70s off to the west. You can clearly see where that boundary is, and Greg was touching on this just a few minutes ago. That boundary pushing a little bit farther to the west because of the rain and storms. We now have that rain cooled air, so it's almost separately creating an additional boundary to the west. So we have to be very cautious of storms later this afternoon and evening. And if any of them were to refire over to the west here, we have those temperatures in the 80s and 90s. It feels like it's 110 degrees for some of you. It is stifling out there. We have so much moisture here with dew points close to 80 degrees for some of you, and they have dropped closer to the lakefront, but it is still quite humid. So we also have to see how this air mass rebounds in the next 1 to 2 hours from the storms that hit. But you can clearly see that delineation from where we have the rain and the storms that moved on through to the very hot and humid air mass with those heat index values upwards of 105, 110, 115. No, Greg, it's too. You can't go outside. It's too hot and humid.
And also worth a note over on the west side of your graphic, you see how the contour just stops? Yeah. That's because when I made the contours, I stopped at 115 because I'm like, yeah, listen, nobody's getting to 120, right? Like, that's a reasonable place to stop.
We'll be remaking that contour and those values later this afternoon.
Seriously, I saw St. Louis yesterday. You were off. I saw St. Louis at 127 degrees as a feels like temperature, which is just insane.
Insane, especially here. But
in
the middle of the country, we talked about this. What makes that so possible is because of all of the open fields and the moisture and all of the crops just breathing that moisture into the atmosphere. And it really makes things dangerous and uncomfortable.
It does. And so that's plenty of fuel, too, to add to storms that hopefully don't slip out of Wisconsin and produce severe weather out there along the I-39 corridor. So, yes, that's put on my punch list before the 4 o'clock. Redo the contours because they are very high off to our west. It may slip into our area. One thing real quickly here before we go, I do want to show the radar estimated rainfall because even say best case scenario, we only see some scattered storms through the afternoon and they're non-severe. Our ground is very saturated. We've got some flash flood alerts out, and here are the estimated rainfalls. And again, this is just an average through the greater Chicago area. It's up around about 1.5 inches to 1.75 inches. If I were to go and pick out spots, there would be some 2 or 3 inch reports. And importantly, it's around the Chicago metro area, which notably being a metro area doesn't have a lot of grass to soak up that rainfall, and then off to the south too. So keep that in mind as you head out through the afternoon. There's going to be rainfall, even if it's not raining super intensely, Cheryl. You may go under a bridge or an overpass and there could be some standing water there. So we don't want you to drive through that.
Yes, everyone, stay tuned with us throughout the afternoon. We'll have another update here on our stream at 3 p.m. Of course, the very latest coming up on ABC at 4 as well. And if we see any severe weather developing later this afternoon, we will bring it right to you. Thanks for joining us.
This has been an AccuWeather Alert from ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
severe storm threat through the rest of the afternoon and evening. Severe thunderstorm watch now up for our counties here in yellow, which does include Lake Cook over towards northwest Indiana as well. Still the threat of severe weather into the evening. This remains in effect until 7 p.m. Right now, we don't have any severe warnings on the map outside of flash flood warnings and one that was just issued across the state line. But we do have a few scattered showers and storms, and we are continuing to watch them closely. Putting radar into motion. Boy, storms just kicked off and intensified rapidly late morning into the early afternoon. You could see the nature there. We had a few isolated showers, and then they just continued to really blossom, bringing some damaging conditions with very high wind gusts and large hail across the area, even a few tornado warnings that were issued. We zoom in now where we're finding the heaviest of the rain and some storms from Naperville back towards Sugar Grove and Kane County. So watching this closely here to see if this storm intensifies at all. Very weak signs of rotation on radar right now, but no warning just yet. So that is good news. But with that said, stay alert as we head through the next 30 to 40 minutes for those of you in Kane County down towards Yorkville, Romeoville, as well as these will continue to migrate off to the south and east. Big Rock, Sugar Grove, you're in the thick of this right now, as well as Batavia. Northwest Indiana, just some scattered showers and storms lingering right now. And then our concern is up to the north as we head into the late afternoon and evening here with this line. Now, we had the rain and storms, and that kind of lowered our severe weather threat for the afternoon. However, as these storms roll in, we still have a lot of moisture and instability to work with, albeit not nearly as much as we had earlier today because the storms helped things out a little bit in terms of the environment. But we could still see these storms work their way through and bring in some strong storms across our area. As we watch the trajectory moving to the south at about 40 miles per hour, getting close here to the state line around 3:30. 3:45. You can see parts of Lake Geneva, Kenosha County, or just Walworth County, Lake Geneva under a severe thunderstorm warning now as that storm line will continue to work its way to the south. Flash flood warnings up for northwest Indiana as well as Cook County for the areas that got hit with the heaviest rain. I mean, we saw upwards of 1 to 2 inches of rain in just a short period of time. So traveling, commuting this afternoon and evening, still looking at some ponding on area roads, and you can clearly see the areas hardest hit from about 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. We had wind reports, hail reports, as well as the potential of a few tornado touchdowns. But big difference in terms of our temps. We're now down into the 70s. It is still really humid, though. A boundary now exists to the west. If any storms develop this afternoon out to the west, where we have these temps in the 90s, definitely severe weather is possible, and all threats and all hazards are on the table. Tornadoes, high damaging winds, as well as hail. Now, in this area, northern Illinois, temperatures dropping, helping us out a little bit. But still, if those storms move in, we still have the instability just a bit, so we can't rule out some strong winds as well as some hail and downpours. So you can see where we have those dew points across the board, 70s to near 80. In terms of the dew point, it is oppressive to extreme, and you know that just by being outside. So we're watching the dew points closely, but definitely a new boundary here back to the west with those storms pushing through, outflow boundary. So definitely delineation from some rain-cooled air, still humid, and then the very extreme humid air that has not been touched with the rain or storms just yet. It feels like 114 right now in Freeport. So a lot to monitor here. Extreme heat alerts remain across the board for this evening, but right now our focus will be what's ongoing this afternoon, and then to the north, we'll be watching to see if this line continues to grow and intensify as it drops in from the south. Severe thunderstorm watch in place until 7 p.m. We'll monitor it closely, bring you updates, and of course, our news starting in just an hour at 4 p.m. on ABC.
This has been an AccuWeather Alert from ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
There are new warnings beginning to develop with some storms out to the west of the city right now. We're watching Kane, Kendall, also Grundy and Will counties very closely, but this just in, the National Weather Service has just issued a new tornado warning, and this is something that we don't want to see, but unfortunately at this point in time we do have this new warning that remains in effect until 4 p.m. So this stretches across parts of Kendall and Will counties just around the Yorkville area. We have been noting some signs of rotation on radar with this storm. So we don't have a confirmed tornado touchdown as of right now, but the potential of a tornado forming within a matter of minutes is not out of the question here for this area. So for anyone in this new warning, we've had a lot throughout the day. Make sure you get to your safe place. Basement is the safest place. If you don't have a basement, lowest level of your home away from walls and windows. So if you're just joining us, a new tornado warning has been issued for Kendall and Will counties until 4 p.m. I do want to zoom in a little bit closer here, take you to the latest. Take off as well this tag. We know we have this tornado warning until 4 p.m., but we zoom on in, so areas being impacted, and it's this area close to Yorkville and Oswego, stretching between Yorkville and Oswego, that we are continuing to monitor closely. But you can see these little inflow notches within this storm. So some rotation is not out of the question, and we've been noting that on velocity over the past 30 minutes or so. So we're not seeing anything that's screaming tornado on the ground right now, but here you can see as we zoom in, we do have those greens next to reds, and that's an indication of some broad rotation happening right now within this storm. So for anyone just south of Bristol here, Yorkville as well, this will be the area of concern at this point in time, but also notice this bright red. That's indicating high wind speeds and high wind gusts close to Oswego, stretching right there. There's 71 and 34. Yorkville and Kendall, you're right on the boundary of this warning at this point in time. So as we put this into motion, I just wanted to take it back a little bit so I can get a clearer view here on rotation. You can see as I fast forward this, you can see that rotation really beginning to develop with the green and the red next to each other. So it is a bit broad at this moment in time, but something we really need to monitor closely. But if you're in this warning, the potential of a tornado is not out of the question. I just want to take a look at current wind speeds and up to about 50 miles per hour. So we're not seeing those high concentrated wind gusts that we saw with a previous round of storm when we had wind gusts upwards of 70 miles per hour. But with that said, this is a dangerous storm that will continue to work its way to the south and east and push farther into Will County over the next 10 to about 30 minutes or so. So concentrated area up towards Kendall, and then we'll be pushing off to the south and east here at about 30 miles per hour or so. And here you can see 321 getting closer to Platteville, Troy 334, Shanahan 337, Joliet, if it's holding together, closer to about 345. It has been such an active afternoon and evening. So as of right now, we have this one warning. We are concerned about this cell, but I just want to note quickly, we do have more storms up to the north here, moving out of Wisconsin. These are severe warm, and these will continue to drop to the south, and the potential for more scattered storms, bringing very heavy rain, high winds, and hail, not out of the question. We also have to be alert for any rotation with any of these storms. It is just a very, very unstable atmosphere today, Greg.
It is, yeah, and you can see a little bit of, as you mentioned before, kind of that classic inflowy notch type look. Now, it is worth noting that it's kind of a supercell. It's turned on its side because the warm front's oriented from the north to the south, so it looks a little bit different on radar than maybe you're used to seeing, kind of that hook or comma shape. That's mostly when storms in the fronts are relatively oriented from the west to the east. This, again, a little bit of a different scenario, but you can see that little notch that's showing up again right outside of the Yorkville area. Plenty of lightning on there too. So radar presentation is pretty good. This is really concerning when you take a look at the velocity numbers, because that has certainly tightened up over about the last 5 or so minutes. You got really intense winds that are going out away from the radar. You got really intense winds that are coming in towards the radar, and they are meeting each other right here. So that is a fairly tight rotational couplet. Right now, that's located just off to the west/southwest, we'll call it, of Yorkville, kind of along 126 out there. I'm going to take off the lightning data just because I believe it's cluttering this view just a bit at this time. So I'm going to pop that off, and then I'll be able to actually give us some good or better numbers, at least on what the gate-to-gate shear is in here and what type of rotation we're looking at. So again, I didn't have to click around very much, and we've got about 50 miles per hour of just broad spin. That's on one of these. I would venture to guess that kind of overall, with these peaking at about the 50 to 60 mile per hour range, and then these greens out here off to the west probably peaking at about the 30 or 40 mile per hour range, that we're somewhere around about 80 miles per hour to 100 miles per hour of rotation. So it is certainly not ideal looking for those folks that are around Yorkville rather. If you live in Plainfield, again, or back out off to the west, you're going to want to take your tornado precautions, but this is generally making its way off to the south, and you see that polygon flashing. The National Weather Service is all over this. They're going to continue to trim the back edge of this as they see needed. Important note to folks out in Shanahan, if this does get extended, it'll likely arrive in your area probably around or maybe shortly before about 3:45 to 4 o'clock. So we're going to continue to watch this. It is moving slightly faster than the last one at about 30 or so miles per hour off to the south end east. So that'll put it in Troy, which is one of the other spots on the map, right around about the time that we're getting ready to expire this. And one thing that I do want to note about where this storm fired, if you were watching our coverage earlier, I spent a lot of time talking about the location of the warm front. Again, oriented in an interesting way here. Let me stop the loop on this. I was in the middle, literally the middle of building my maps for the 4 o'clock newscast. So a little bit of a scattered mess here, but this is the front as it exists now. And again, it's not like an easterly or westerly oriented front. Well, it is down here near Indianapolis, but for us, it's oriented north to south. So that means a couple of things. One, the storms will look a little different than they usually do on radar. And two, they'll move differently as well. They'll move off to the north and basically off to the south along this front, and they'll be running in a completely different direction than you're used to. You don't really see a lot of tornadic warned storms moving towards your town from a northerly direction. Usually it's from a more westerly orientation. So just keep that in mind here. If you're looking and trying to see where those clouds are, they'll be moving in from the north rather than from the west. Also, again, because of this earlier round of rain showers and thunderstorms, that front, which was originally around 1 o'clock or so, located from Batavia to Lockport and then off to the south, that front has now been pushed back to the I-39 corridor, and that's why we're now seeing that storm, that particular storm, even though there's been other storms around, get into some of that fresh air. So the storms, the previous ones during the early afternoon, did not tap into some of this instability that's located there out off to the west. Again, the lightning data is just wild, so I got to turn that off. This just off to the west, northwest of Joliet. Decent looking hail core on that too, just by me taking a gander at it. Just off to the south of Plainfield, probably going to be around an inch to inch and a half size hail. But again, it's back here in this hook type area that we're concerned about the rotation as it makes its way off to the south of Yorkville. So I want to pop back over to that rotation data, and it's fairly broad, I would call it. And this is really close to the radar, which is out in Romeoville. So we're getting a great look, probably the lowest 1,000 or so feet in the atmosphere. So we're getting a really great look from the radar behind me. I'd say that it's definitely worth a tornado warning and something we should continue to watch. And as Cheryl talks for a couple of minutes, I'll pull up the correlation coefficient to see if there's any debris being kicked up from this. But here we go, Cheryl, a storm that we had mentioned earlier when we went off air. If any of those storms form off to the west, we could be dealing with this all over again.
Yeah, and I just briefly looked at that CC. I didn't see anything that was jumping out that would scream debris in the air, which is good news. But with that said, that couplet and the rotation, we are beginning to see a bit more defined over the past 10 to 20 minutes. So if you're just joining us, a new tornado warning has been issued by the National Weather Service here for Kendall and Will counties until 4 p.m. You can get a view of this here. So the start of this box just to the east of Yorkville, stretching into Will, and that box stops just before that Joliet area. So anyone in this warned zone right now, get to your safe place. But you can see, as I'm zoomed out just a bit, we're getting this inflow, and you can see that notch developing on this storm here. So as we zoom in more closely, this is that area that we are definitely going to monitor for the rotation. And if a brief tornado were to form, it would be in this location right now, or within a few minutes as this drifts farther off to the south and east. So there you can see Illinois Route 126 there, and then Plainfield, you're off to the east of that. So anywhere in this general region at this moment in time, basement, lowest level of your home. Let me switch over to velocity. And like I said, we are beginning to see the green next to that red a bit more defined. And you can clearly see this. And as I back radar up just about 5-10 minutes here, you don't really see that couplet, the green next to the red. It really intensified over the past 10 minutes here. So definitely seeing broad to tightening rotation on our radar at this moment in time. So we have no reports of a tornado on the ground at this point, but we are seeing strong signs here of this rotation. As Greg was mentioning, that radar is not too far away from this location. Good scans here closer to ground level. So this is indicative of a tornado potential to develop here in this area in a short period of time. So you need to take this warning seriously. Checking on the National Weather Service chat as we're looking to see if we have any storm spotters out in this area right now. Not seeing any confirmed reports coming in right now, but something that we will definitely continue to monitor closely as we go into about the next couple of minutes. But anyone in this area, you need to be in your safe spot. Definitely some strong rotation being picked up in this given area. We can zoom in a little bit closer, see if we get any more cities to develop or road names for you, just to give you an idea. We have Grove Road here. And then as we move in a little bit farther to the south and east, we have South Ridge Road. We have Catan Farm Road. And there's Grove Road stretching really right through that area of rotation right now. So if you're in or around the Grove Road area where this warning has been issued, get to your safe place. Something we'll continue to monitor. And in addition, outside of where we're seeing that rotation, we also have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued for parts of Will County as well as Kendall and Grundy. So Morris, you're now included in a severe thunderstorm warning, Joliet as well. So in addition to rotation, high gusty winds, downpours, as well as hail can be expected within this storm as it continues to push to the south and east. Just to get an update on that velocity and take you in a little bit closer, because this is our big concern. We are still definitely seeing a tight couplet here of rotation. Anything coming in from the National Weather Service, Greg?
Nothing yet. I'm asking them if they have any eyes on it, because I do know that we have a ton of spotters that are over there, kind of in that Aurora, Sugar Grove, Yorkville area. That spot, kind of Kane and Kendall County, is a really good spot for our weather observers. We have a really good network out there. So again, hopefully to get some eyes on this, or maybe somebody's seeing something from the bottom of the cloud. But again, that rotation is concerning. It is somewhat of a broad couplet, but there are a lot of those bright reds right next to the greens, and it could produce a tornado and drop it down to the ground at any point. So that's why it's important to get eyes actually on that rotating wall cloud. And I have no doubt that there's a rotating wall cloud at the very least underneath that. Also, what I'm seeing, and I'll talk about it in a second, but as the radar goes over it, there's certainly a hail core here north of that tornado warning. So we'll check it out and see what the hail sizes are looking out at for that. And secondary here, as we do, again, take a look at the hail. This is usually around about 1/2 inch, this kind of brighter color blue that's about 1/4 inch. So pea size, about nickel size. There's probably some quarter size here in between Yorkville and Plainfield, just off to the south of Aurora, just now crossing the Fox River and around 126. And you can even see the formation. Again, this is on the north side of the storm, almost out of the tornado warning, that there may be getting up to 1.5 inch size hail, which is about golf ball or $50 sized hail. Unfortunately, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news and pile things on, we also have to keep another eye on these storms off to the north, which just got warned all the way to the state line for a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, here's the good news. And again, this is why it's really important to know where that front is right now. These are going to move through areas that are not along the warm front. So as these continue due south, because remember the warm front's oriented from north to south, they're going to move through McHenry County, they're going to move through Lake County, and they're going to potentially produce some strong winds, maybe even another round of hail too, but areas like, out towards McHenry or Cary or Schaumburg, probably not going to see another tornado warning out of this, just given that the atmosphere has been sapped of some of the energy. But as you spread out the view and you look a little bit closer off to the west, this storm, and I know it's only slight, is a little bit further out off to the west and in some of this air that was not touched by the earlier storms. Most of that intense storm activity stopped at about Joliet earlier. And I know that's only a few miles, but it makes all the difference when this gets into untapped, very unstable atmospheric air. Again, kind of have to tilt your head sideways because that front is oriented off to the north and south, but you can very clearly see that hook shape here. If you were to turn everything off to the side, then you would notice that hook a lot more. It would look a lot more like a classic presentation on the radar. And taking a closer view, not only at the lightning data, but I do want to go back to the velocity data. And it still does look like it's a fairly broad couplet with about, I would say that's probably 50 or 60 miles per hour worth of wind right here. I just clicked it and of course it didn't show up. Oh, there it goes, 50 to 60 miles per hour. We'll call it 56 right in the middle on one side. And then the most intense that you see on the other side here is about 35 or so miles per hour. So over the whole, again, of this broad rotation, you have to add these two numbers together, and that's 90 or so miles per hour, almost about 100 miles per hour of rotation in the cloud. So a very broad area that's spinning about 100 or so miles per hour up above the ground. Again, we are close to that radar site, but the good news, I know that sounds like a scary number, the good news is that you're not seeing that couplet tighten up to where you've got the, 50 or 60 miles per hour here one direction and 50 or 60 miles per hour right here in the other direction. That's when we would be concerned that there's an actual tornado on the ground. And at this point, it doesn't look like it's actually on the ground, but we still do have a storm that is capable of producing a tornado at any point. This is correlation coefficient numbers. What I'm looking for here, and I don't see because, again, I'm just kind of analyzing stuff in real time, is an area of blue that would kind of bloom up in the middle of this. That would indicate oddly shaped stuff getting thrown into the atmosphere. Think tree branches, think shingles, think in a really bad situation when there's a tornado on the ground, 2x4s and home stuff getting lofted into the air, pieces of mail. That is not the case. That would be, again, a big bright blue, meaning a tornado is on the ground. What you're getting are the yellows and the reds, which just indicate big fat raindrops or perhaps even some hail. So not concerned, again, that the tornado is streaking across the ground right now. But Cheryl, when you have this much rotation, again, a rather broad couplet, but when you have that much rotation, it only takes a couple of minutes for it to be all the way down at ground level and starting to kick up debris.
Yeah, and we saw this earlier. Just brief tornadoes not out of the question with any storms that develop throughout the rest of the afternoon and evening. The storms that moved through earlier were a bit stronger, but even isolated in form right now, this one storm around parts of Kane, Kendall, Grundy counties and Will, we're looking here at very heavy rain, strong winds upwards of 30, 40, 50 miles per hour, and the possibility here of a brief tornado touchdown cannot be ruled out. And this is an update for the rest of the afternoon and evening. You can see all of the counties in yellow here. Severe thunderstorm watch has been issued until 7 p.m. really for the counties in yellow, but as you can see that storm forming just outside of this box, I want everyone in our area to be alert through the rest of the afternoon because we have storms to the north that will continue to dive on in. So what we're seeing right now, that main area of focus right now, Kendall into Will counties. Grundy, watching out for you, but these are primarily moving to the southeast here. So crossing over 55 eventually. Not that hook that we were seeing earlier, not as defined, but certainly still getting some inflow in this area. So again, anyone in this tornado warning, make sure you stay in your safe place here as it will be moving to the south and east through your area. Getting an update on velocity. Let me just zoom out a bit, and it's definitely looking a bit broader than it was just a few scans ago. So monitoring this closely, still some broad rotation within this storm being picked up at this point in time. And then in addition, we're looking at some strong winds within the storm. So as we take a look at velocity here, looking at that brighter color up to about 40, 50 miles per hour, the velocity pushing through, this will be crossing over 52 and really truly the next 5 to 10 minutes. And Troy heads up that patch of very high concentrated winds was knocking at your door at this point in time. So that one tornado warning, but also a severe thunderstorm warning here that has been issued surrounding that tornado warning because of this storm that is moving through Will County here, Joliet, and really Will County. You're getting the brunt of this now. You can see parts of Grundy there. The worst of it is passing just off to the east of you, but heads up, stay alert if you are under that severe thunderstorm warning in this area. Let me pause this in the region where we are finding the worst of the weather currently, and Joliet, that rain picking up, Plainfield as well. This is where we're still watching out for a possible brief tornado touchdown here, not showing obviously a lot of cities in this one given area, but if you live close to Platteville, in between Platteville and Plainfield, you want to be in your basement, lowest level of your home. Make sure you stay there for this time. Let this storm pass, and then we'll be looking okay. But in addition, these winds will be strong as this storm from Plainfield, Joliet, and Manhattan over towards Shanahan, right down I-55. This will be passing and crossing over Joliet, the worst of it, in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Hail being reported with these storms throughout the day as well. We've seen impressive updrafts and downdrafts, bringing strong winds and some large hail. So here you can see we are finding hail in the core of this storm right now, likely up to about 1 inch in size, and even up to ping pong ball size hail can't be ruled out with these storms today. So let me just take a look, and you can see our radar is indicating up to about 2 inches, and that would be closer to ping pong to almost golf ball size hail when those hailstones are falling through this storm. So again, greater than 1 inch size hail possible as this storm moves through in your area. So in addition to the strong gusty winds, we're also looking at the potential of flooding, flash flooding here, ponding on area roads. We're getting into the afternoon, evening commute time now as well. It has just been a mess throughout the morning, early afternoon, and we are not done yet. This rain, these storms, these will continue to drift off to the south and east. Some of this will be running into where we had some rain and storms earlier, but from Romeoville, Joliet, really right on top of our radar as we speak, is where we're seeing the worst of the conditions right now. This is what we're watching in real time, but just up to the north. As I speak, new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued here for far eastern Lake County, Waukegan, right down 94 included, because of this line of storms up to the north from Kenosha back towards Lake Geneva. We have been watching this line all the way up north in Wisconsin earlier. It has finally made its way all the way to our state boundary here, so it's going to cross over. New severe thunderstorm warning issued here for Waukegan. We can get you the very latest on this warning as well, but it's likely going to remain in effect for the next 45 minutes to an hour. Greg, I'll toss it over to you with the latest details on this new warning.
Well, and as I watched the storm through about the last 5 or so minutes, you're absolutely right. Kind of that hook shape has disappeared, and the storm, to my eye, is becoming more downdraft, I guess, oriented here. The updraft looks like it's collapsing. Usually when you get a really intense influx of air into a storm, that's where you'll start seeing the rotation and the spin up and the very impressive rotational numbers and velocity numbers that we saw. Well, once that updraft starts to collapse or it chokes itself off, as so often the case, especially when you got a weirdly oriented warm front, it becomes downdraft dominant. And what happens when nothing's holding the hailstones up in the air anymore? Well, they all fall out of the storm very quickly, and so do the big raindrops too. So 2 things I've noticed on this storm as I've watched it go from updraft to more downdraft dominant. 1, rainfall rates have started to go up. 2, that hail core has also started to really put down some bigger hail numbers. You alluded to it with those numbers up around about 2 or so inches. That's a sure sign that the downdraft is now basically in control of that storm, and the updraft isn't strong enough to keep those hailstones in the storm anymore. Now, that's also a good thing because usually the storm will start to fall apart a little bit at that point. Granted, it's a pretty big last gasp for the storm, and you've noticed that, or I've noticed over the last couple of scans, that we've seen the velocity data just not look as impressive as it has, say, about 15 or so minutes ago. I mean, as I roll this back, that's impressive. And then all of a sudden you notice it kind of starts to lose intensity, kind of drift, gets a little muddled here. I mean, these are not very intense numbers, but still, if you live out near Canton Farm, there's definitely rotation. If you live in Tamarack and Plainfield too, you're probably getting absolutely clobbered by hailstones right now, as that is where the downdraft is in the storm. It's also where the intense rainfall is too, which brings me to another point, because as I was talking about that and how the raindrops are now also getting forced out of the storm. Would you look at that? Yes, we have the severe thunderstorm warning. Yes, we have a very small area that has a tornado warning, but now just in, we also have a flash flood warning, because remember, these storms are moving really slow, like 20 to 30 or so miles per hour. So that flash flood warning also goes for Joliet, just south of Oswego, down to Elwood, and out to Wilton, and this is the side of the storm where you would expect to see all of that downward moving air and all of the rain. Also worth noting too, with that rain kind of getting curled around it, that if there is indeed a tornado getting down towards the ground, it's probably going to be rain wrapped, and it's going to be tough to get eyes on. And wow, as I say that, you take a look at this, and let me just move the radar down a little bit farther off to the south. You can quite literally see that rotation now kind of getting wrapped up around itself. And the best of the rotation is now towards seaward, but this is getting a bit muddled. It's definitely going to be pretty rain wrapped if it is getting down towards the ground, but something that I like to see in terms of the storm losing intensity. In terms of that hail core though, remember, as that water does, and also hail, falls out of the cloud, you're going to see some big numbers. I'm going to guess that's around about 2 or 2/4 of an inch of rain. Okay, of hail size. Mine actually says 1 3/4 inches, which is about around the size of egg size or ping pong ball or golf ball size hail, somewhere in about that range. Now, the good news is that it'll dump all that hail relatively quickly. It looks like it'll do it before it gets into Shanahan, but still, expect a lot of hail, expect heavy rainfall, and you want to be in your tornado safe place if you're anywhere from about Shanahan to definitely Troy, and then south of this hail core. So Devine, Felix was popping up on the map, kind of as I-55 makes that curl there towards the east, and then, towards the west, and then farther off to the south. Other spots that are a little bit further down range of this would be Wilmington, but you are just in the severe thunderstorm warning. And Cheryl, I wouldn't be surprised if after this little core makes its way out of the tornado warned area, if they just go ahead and drop that and keep the severe thunderstorm going, because it's looking quite, to not use a technical term, blobby now on radar.
For sure. That is not the technical term, but that's exactly what it is looking like. Still very intense. I mean, take a look at radar coming out here in Will County, Joliet. We are seeing intense downpours right now, very high wind gusts, but the worst of this storm is beginning to really push out of that tornado warning right now. So as we backtrack, we have one cluster here of storms ongoing for parts of mainly Will County, beginning to push out of Grundy as well as Kendall at this point in time. But tornado warning still in effect until 4 p.m. here for parts of Kendall County. We're continuing to monitor this very closely, as we were finding some very broad rotation. It was tightening in circulation at one point in time about 15 minutes ago, but that has really let up as they switch over to velocity. This is appearing to be just some stronger straight line winds, and there you can see that arc here on velocity, still getting some greens next to red, but nothing jumping out here with tight circulation within this storm at this moment in time. But wind gusts being reported upwards of about 40 to 50 miles per hour, and intense rain here coming down. It is so hot and humid. So outside of this tornado warning, anyone, Grundy, Kendall, Will counties, we have the severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for you until 4:30 in the afternoon here. So another 45 minutes you're under this warning, and then it will likely get extended in terms of that warning into parts of Kankakee County. So Will, Kankakee, heads up. This is heading in your direction. Let's put a quick track on this for you as it continues to push to the south and east. Picking up some speed than those storms earlier today, but Moni at about 4:02, Bourbonnais at 4:09, Kankakee closer to you at about 4:14 if this storm continues to hold itself together. Strong straight line winds and strong wind gusts down downpours and even hail primary threats, but we have to watch out for some weak rotation as well. I am seeing reports coming in from some storm spotters of some trees being totally snapped and down as these storms move on through this area. So anyone in this region, make sure you stay indoors. Right now is not the time to be traveling anywhere near this storm, especially right now along I-80. Let me clear these banners off for you so you can get a better idea of this storm and exactly where it is. This is just now on top of parts of southern Will County, so anyone along I-55, I-80 in this area, it is just going to be a mess with the heavy rain coming down. Also, flash flood warning has just, I believe, been issued for this region as well as I'm speaking. So Romeoville down towards Manhattan, Joliet area, I-55 included in this. Flash flood warnings to add to the batch of flash flood warnings we still have in effect from the previous round of storms that hit parts of Chicago, closer to the lakefront in northwest Indiana. So these will be remaining in effect for the next couple of hours until about 6 p.m. because the intense rain, the rain's coming down so heavy and so fast, it's not going to take a lot for that water to just pile up. So ponding on area roads, and if you are traveling or have to travel and you can hear us and you're listening to us, never travel through a flooded road. It is extremely, extremely dangerous. Also, hail has been a huge factor in these storms today. You're thinking, oh, it's so hot and humid out there, but we're seeing hail falling. Well, these storms stretch up well up into the atmosphere where we've got cooler air aloft, and it's allowing for those hailstones to form. The stronger the storm, the stronger the updraft, which gives those hailstones more time to somewhat come together. And then before they fall, or as they fall, make their way all the way down to the surface before melting in this hot and humid air mass. So the dynamics of the atmosphere right now are so prime for these storms to fire up and become severe quickly. There is so much energy and so much instability in the atmosphere. You can feel it. It is so extremely humid. So we are still finding some hail being reported in this storm, likely greater than 1 inch in size still. So this is pretty impressive in terms of hail. Let me just take a quick look. Yep, we're looking at hail greater than quarter size. So ping pong ball size hail being reported in this storm at this moment in time. In addition, I do just want to do a little cross section and take a look at these storm heights as they're moving on through the sea. And you can see they're up to about 30 to 40 to almost 50,000 feet. So that's that storm tapping into that colder air aloft, allowing for the mechanics of that hail to form before it falls and reaches the surface. So it's just been an impressive day in terms of storms. And also to note, we do have a severe thunderstorm watch that remains in effect here for all of these counties in yellow until 7 p.m. But really area wide, I want everyone to take note of this watch because we all have to be alert and weather ready and prepared this evening. The good news is, Greg, we were concerned about this northern line that was moving in from Wisconsin, and it really hasn't intensified that much since earlier, about an hour to 2 hours ago. So it's holding its ground, but it's not intensifying. And now it's running into our northern counties, and it's going to continue to drop to the south, but run into areas that have already been hit so hard with rain and storms. So signs of this really intensifying and bringing another round of extreme severe weather aren't present at this moment. With that said, we have to continue to monitor and nowcast as this continues to move in. But strong gusty winds and also downpours, most likely with this line as it pushes in from the north.
And I feel like if people have watched since like noontime, they're totally sick of me saying, you know, well, it's the location of the warm front. Location. Like what's bro's deal with the warm front? And that has everything to do with what you were talking about with those storms that we're now casting that are moving into our northernmost counties. The storms you saw, well, they're not moving along the warm front anymore. That's where it was just a couple of hours ago. But it's now 73 degrees up north of Chicago, kind of on the state border. 72 at O'Hare, 72 at Midway, 71 at Merrillville. These were all temperatures that were well into the 80s. The cooler the air, the less moisture in the air, the less fuel those thunderstorms have. Meanwhile, And again, to go back to just location, how much it matters, just off to the west of Aurora is where the warm front is at this point. 78 in Aurora, 86 in Sycamore. If I was drawing a map, for meteorology class, I would probably put the warm front right about here. And this is a feels like temperature in McHenry at 109. So the front kind of comes back and then back up off to the north. So this is where I would draw it in. It kind of snakes through our viewing area. And it's very worth just looking at individual sites and their temperatures to see exactly where the location of the front is and whether or not you expect those storms that are now moving in from the north to intensify as they make their way off to the south. Now, the area I'm the most concerned about, and what we haven't seen thankfully happen, are storms firing further off to the west. Again, 102 is the feels like in Lake Geneva. It's 114 in Freeport, 105 in Rochelle. Peru feels like it's at 108. It feels like it's about 107 degrees, 105 degrees as you head down towards Pontiac. These are all, of course, very concerning, very high values with a ton of potential energy in the atmosphere. So I'm more worried about storms forming out near the I-39 corridor being tornadic. Now, I wanted to call that storm that we've been talking about, the tornado one, dead a couple of scans ago, and it really was looking like the rotation was dying out, kind of becoming more diffuse, but still it's holding on just off to the south of Seaward. But what you see right now, the National Weather Service, they're probably going to allow this tornado warning to expire because this is the back edge of a severe thunderstorm warning. And if they were to continue that tornado warning, which maybe they're drawing one up, it would likely be from south of Seaward down here towards Minooka. Right now, you are not on that tornado warning. Maybe the north side of town is just off to the south of I-80, but that tornado warning does stop at the Interstate 80 corridor. Again, if they were to draw a new one, and I'm just kind of guessing from what my eye sees, the National Weather Service probably draw it somewhere in this area. But I think they're going to let this ride for the next 10 minutes and see what happens with the rotation, because honestly, it looks impressive and it's broad. You still got those greens here, you still got those reds here, but it has done a couple of things. One, it's wrapped itself up a little bit. Two, it has not dropped a tornado yet. As I look back at the correlation coefficient stuff, again, if you saw a big blue kind of bloom or even like a green bloom on this, you would expect perhaps it's kicked up some debris. That does not look like the case, at least at this time. But they're definitely going to extend a severe thunderstorm warning, it looks like, into Kankakee County and farther off to the south. Yeah, so through the rest of Will County. Again, the storm's right about here. I know we're on a different product right now, but the storm's right about here, and that severe thunderstorm warning extends all the way to the south. Reed and Wesley just getting out of it. And wouldn't you know, if you were watching us around the noontime hour, this was about the most westward extent of those earlier storms. They passed right over the radar site in Joliet, Romeoville. We had a tornado warning very briefly for that, but they did not progress anymore off to the west. Now, even just by a couple of miles off to the west, they've gotten in that fresh air and they've allowed themselves to kind of regenerate, the thunderstorms that is. So what I've seen is basically the storm overrun the tornado warning within about the last 15 or so minutes. So my thought is that expires at 4 o'clock. They're either going to just let that ride until 4 o'clock, because why not? It's 9 more minutes left. Or they'll cancel it a little bit early. Then off to the north, we've of course got that other line that Cheryl was talking about that's now been warned into portions of Lake County. And my most large concern with that is that this stuff is kind of festering near Lake Delavan, kind of the Whitewater type area on the western side of Lake Geneva, that this gains a foothold. You can actually see a little bit of a gust front around I-39 just north of Janesville. If that decides to kick up some thunderstorms, then we could be talking about some trouble, because that lines up. Remember, I-39 in Janesville, keep that in your mind as I move on over to the temperature map. That lines almost exactly up with where that front is located right now along the I-39 corridor. So again, that would be the biggest concern. But for now, it looks like, Cheryl, they're probably going to let this ride for about.
Yeah, they are. They're going to let that expire at 4, which is great news. So now we just have those severe thunderstorm warnings. Not so much in terms of great news, but they have been extended farther to the south. So Kankakee, you're now included, parts of Livingston and Will as well, until 4:45 because of this strong storm that has developed over the past 45 minutes. Hail and high damaging winds will be the main threats, and this is taking up a large area here just south of Joliet, now southern Will into Kankakee. it is knocking at your door. So in the next 30-45 minutes, it will be rolling over Kankakee here. So heads up, make sure you stay indoors and let this storm pass. The tornado warning will be set to expire at 4 p.m. So we're not too concerned here with an imminent tornado touching down, but we are very concerned with some strong winds with this storm. It has been such an active morning and afternoon. Let's put our radar into motion, and you can see just in the past, I don't know, 1 to 2 hours, we went through the first round of extreme storms, then had some scattered showers and storms, and now we're finding more storms developing, blossoming, and still reaching severe limits. Just to give you an idea of how prime this atmosphere is, but also you can somewhat feel it outside. It is so humid, muggy, and there's just a lot of moisture to feed into these storms. So now we have this storm that is continuing to form, moving into Kankakee County. This is going to bring with it some very strong winds. Let me take a look at the very latest in terms of velocity. We were watching it very closely for rotation, but what we're finding now really will be some straight line winds. So we're not finding any tight rotation here on the map. That was moving out of this area, which was tornado warned. So now severe thunderstorm warned. But still, some strong wind gusts can be expected. We had wind gusts earlier with some of these storms, upwards of 60, 70, 80 miles per hour. We're not finding signatures that high, but the possibility here of very strong winds, upwards of 35 to 40 miles per hour, likely as the storm moves through your area. Put this into motion here for you, and you can see, and also just to backtrack a bit to see what else we are finding up to the north, moving in from Wisconsin, where we have a new warning there just for Walworth County and Kenosha. That's also been issued because of this line, isolated storms forming, and they have the potential to bring some damaging winds as well as hail and the torrential rain. So a lot to continue to monitor here as we go into the night, because we also have a severe thunderstorm watch that remains in effect until 7 p.m. After 7 o'clock, we're really going to start to see a difference outside and big changes on the way in terms of the rain and storms. But for those of you in Kankakee County, this is moving in to your area as I speak. And you can just see how intense really this storm is on radar. So Manteno, 4 o'clock here, Kankakee 410, Aroma 415, Pembroke 427. And if it continues holding itself together a little bit farther off to the south and east, we'll be watching out here for northwest Indiana. We're getting flash flood warnings in from these storms as well. They continue to hug the lakefront until 5 p.m. We have a new flash flood warning that was issued because this storm is producing copious amounts of rain until 6:45. So right now it's 4 o'clock. We're getting into the evening commute. It is Chicago without rain or weather. It is a mess in terms of traveling out there on the roads and highways. So traveling this afternoon and evening, encountering extreme heavy rain, it is going to be a bit dangerous. You need to stay away from any ponding on area roads. If you ever encounter a road that's flooded with a lot of water, it doesn't take a lot of water to really do or wash things away in terms of cars. We're not seeing anything like that at this point in time, but just something to keep in mind. You never want to travel through a flooded roadway or highway, but I-80 and I-55 getting the brunt of this right now. So parts of Will County down into Kankakee, stretching closer to Reed, intense rain and also hail being reported. These rainfall totals will continue to go up. In the past 20 minutes, we've seen over 1/4 of an inch of rain, short period of time, but from the previous storms, 1 to 2 inches. And again, this happened in a matter of about 1 to 2 hours. We've also had a lot of tree damage reports, power outages, potential tornado touchdowns. In terms of severe thunderstorms, we're getting all hazards. They're all at play today. So we have to monitor all of this closely. But by about 7, 8 o'clock, our severe weather threat will go down. But Greg was talking about that frontal boundary, that boundary from the earlier storms. It was along the lakefront that helped spark the showers and storms and really allowed them to intensify, also pick up on some rotation. But the temps have dropped here. It's still very humid, I know, but back to the west, that's the untouched air. And this is the boundary from those storms that moved through earlier, spreading a bit farther to the west. That's where we have temps still in the 90s. We have dew points near 80 degrees. That is oppressive to extreme. Some of the highest dew points I've seen in a while. Ottawa, you are close to 80. That's the dew point outside, so it makes it feel like it's anywhere from 105 to 114 degrees at times. Up towards Freeport, you were at 114, now down to 111. But that is dangerous heat. So heat advisory, extreme heat warning, that remains in effect until 7 p.m. this evening. Let's take a look past what's happening right now. Yes, we have the line of storms from the north moving in. Also, will Kankakee, you're under that severe thunderstorm warning. Give it about 45 minutes to an hour. Let that work its way through. You can see where we're finding that severe weather right now in the Midwest, up into parts of Wisconsin, through Illinois, and then stretching into Indiana. So as we forecast this, moving forward, severe thunderstorm watch until 7 p.m. After 7 o'clock, temperatures will start to drop. By tomorrow morning, we're looking at those temperatures in the 60s and 70s, and tomorrow afternoon, highs will be much cooler. This continues to advance, but much cooler conditions will start to move in. Greg, I'll send this over to you. Do you have new information?
Yeah. So I was saying that about 45 seconds from now, they're going to let this expire through, of course, our tornado warning that we've been on air for the better part of about 45 or so minutes. And we're still watching this, which has produced and is still producing a pretty good looking hail core. So it's not like your threat is completely over with, but just off to the south of Joliet, you can see it really lighting up on radar. That's the radar beam hitting something very reflective. This is literally called reflectivity, and that's what it's doing. It's reflecting all those radio waves, microwaves back to the radar site and saying, hey, there's something big out here. And yes, indeed, there is. The indications from the radar is that the hailstones are between about 1.5 inches and 2 inches in size. So an incredibly large area of not only hail, but also stormy activity. And there you go at 4 o'clock, right on the dot. They've allowed that tornado warning to expire as we still continue to watch these clouds and storms push out off to the south. Meanwhile, off to the north, another area that we're going to have to watch here, not currently tornado warned, but something to at least keep our minds on as we've got those storms now kind of cruising down the I-94 corridor, and anything that forms out off to the west of this will be in somewhat fresh or recovered air. The producers let me know if we want to start the 4 o'clock newscast now. If we do, then we have a lot to talk about with damage that's coming in from across the area, including not only a lot of hail video, but also downed trees, which we'll be talking about more in just a couple of seconds. But first, let's start with your regular scheduled newscast. Judy and Rob.
Live from Chicago, this is breaking news from ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
And yes, our big story this afternoon is our continuing coverage of the weather. Golf ball size hail pounding this home in Glendale Heights today. The homeowner telling us the storm knocking down a large tree branch in his backyard, taking out a gate and landing on his shed. Hail also reaching west suburban Hinsdale. A viewer sending in this video, pellets raining down on a backyard patio there.
There's going to be some hail damage. Check out this earlier scene here in the Loop. The intense rain forced water to erupt from a storm sewer right outside Macy's near State and Randolph. You see it shot several feet high, sent water flooding everywhere. There's that sound again in Westchester. There was pea-sized hail along with torrential rains. Residents report some flooding on side streets and in some basements. Good afternoon. The Chicago area getting hit with one round of storms after another.
The storm started firing off shortly after 11 a.m. and they have just continued in waves. We have live team coverage for you of the hail, the flooding, and the storm damage.
Our meteorologist Greg Dutra here with the ABC 7 AccuWeather Alert forecast. You guys have been on for hours, Greg.
We have, and I can't take any heat from the boss for not having a tie on, because I've been on since I walked through the door here as we watch not only one round of storms, but now two, and the third round of storms just off to the north that you can bet I'm going to be talking about through the next couple of hours. So, of course, the heat and humidity of today is what triggered these, and a warm front that was sitting halfway between about the lakefront and O'Hare Airport, we'll call it, through northern Cook County. That triggered the first round of storms, and storms have kind of fired on that front as it's pushed its way back off to the west. You can kind of see that as my hand makes that westerly push. Now, where is the front at this point? It's very, very important to find exactly where it is, because areas that are on the cooler side of it, like through not only Lake, but also portions of McHenry County, through Cook County, into portions of DuPage County, and then now south into Will County, these are spots that are going to see less intense storms from the following waves. However, if storms can get fired up a little bit farther off to the west, well, look at all that heat and humidity. Feels like temperature of 110 out in Peru, 111 degrees out in Freeport. Rochelle is at 105. So there is still a chance we can get some tornado warned storms out of those. As it stands now, this severe thunderstorm warning still going on south of Joliet to Kankakee. Wind gusts could be 50 to 60 miles per hour. And we continue to watch this active severe thunderstorm warning just south of Waukegan. This is now going to push into Wheeling over about the next half hour and could possibly continue as a warning into Chicago. So we are not out of the woods yet, because there's even more storms off to the north.
All right, Greg, thank you. And the heavy downpours today, of course, causing major problems for drivers, flash flooding impacting viaducts all around the city. ABC 7's Leah Hope is live at 31st in California on the southwest side with the very latest from there. Leah.
Well, I hope some people who are watching our air really heeded that warning to stay at home and don't drive if you don't have to, because clearly there were a lot of people on the roads that were caught off guard by this. So behind me, this viaduct behind me here, just south of 31st Street on California, the water, we were told, was up to a car's window. And that's what we were hearing throughout the Chicagoland area. Especially these viaducts were particularly dangerous. Maybe a higher car could get through, but then if you had a lower car, you got in trouble. So we saw tow trucks, we saw people being pushed out and towed out. Here's a little bit of what we saw earlier. A deluge midday floods Chicago streets as a storm rolls across our area. Motorists making their way through in some spots, but not in others. Flooded viaducts slowed and stopped traffic on California just south of 31st Street. At one point, a suburban man tells us the water was up to the window of his black Lexus sedan. He said he thought he could make it. His brother spoke for him.
Yeah, he just couldn't move. His car like off now. I think the engine is broken because of water. The water was so tough on his like window.
Melissa Mosqueda was getting a ride to work from her boyfriend, and even in their Jeep, their engine was steaming after getting through the viaduct.
I don't know, it was really bad. The weather is really bad right now. It's really like crazy, the traffic. All the bridges are full of water.
So the timing of this, of course, was really bad because it was probably about shift change here at 26 in California, at the courthouse and at the jail. And of course, this is just a really busy street here on California, but it was really impassable during parts of the afternoon. So we know lots of people had really good excuses for being late to work. And fortunately, the viaduct behind us, the water has gone down significantly, but it was a very rough weekend day for many people driving around the Chicagoland area. For now, we are live in the Little Village community. Leah Hope, ABC 7 Eyewitness News, back to you in the studio.
Drove right through that area about an hour ago. A lot of those viaducts flooded. Thank you for the update there. And
this afternoon, the airports are severely impacted as well. That is a live picture looking at O'Hare this afternoon. All is calm there at the big airport. The FAA has issued a ground stop for flights heading to the big airport because of storms in the area. There was also a ground stop earlier this afternoon. More than 430 flights have been canceled today. Delays are averaging 90 minutes. We continue to get updates on that. And we also have video in from across the street from Midway Airport this afternoon. You can see that heavy rain pouring down. Nearly 50 cancellations at Midway, and delays are averaging about 90 minutes right now. Our live power outage tracker map showing the wide-ranging impact of the storm right now. More than 300,000 customers across the region are without power. You can see all the counties impacted right there. At this hour, ComEd reporting more than 153,000 without power in Cook County. In northwest Indiana, NIPSCO is reporting that Lake County is the hardest hit with more than 24,000 there without power at this hour. And a reminder, you can always get the latest forecast anytime, especially when these storms are moving through, with a free ABC 7 Chicago News app. Just scan that QR code on the screen for a link to download.
A big story in the northwest suburbs suburbs. The man accused of causing a deadly boat collision appears in court for the first time. This crash over the weekend happened
to check the outside conditions, open any windows or doors. Just make sure you stay indoors, and traveling definitely not advised. You need to use caution, because not only are we dealing with the potential of brief tornadoes touching down with these storms, extreme heavy rain, reducing visibility, and flash flooding will be a concern. So Salina down towards Union Hill, Herscher, Irwin, and you see Kankakee off to the east, but then I-57 does run into this here as it stretches down into parts of Iroquois County. So watching this closely, any updates coming in here, rotation is being noted to strengthen at this point in time right on Bonfield here. And this will be heading to Motina. The motion is to the southeast at 35 miles per hour, Greg.
Yeah, that's right. And as mentioned before, the front location has been all important. So I've got the satellite and radar queued up from about noontime on to about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And notice this first little round of storms, this is basically the southernmost extent, or southern and western, because the front's, again, a really weird shape, of any storms that chewed up the atmosphere before we've seen our next round move through. And notice that our new severe thunderstorm warnings and our new tornado warnings, more pointedly, are occurring off to the south and west of this line in air that has been untouched by the other storms. And I know it's only a matter of like 15 or so miles, but it's making all the difference in the world for getting a tornado warned storm. And this is a perfect example. So Frankfurt all the way up to Joliet, that was the last kind of tier of tornado warnings as we headed from like 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock basically in the afternoon, or noon to about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Now I know it's a subtle shift, but it's a little bit farther out to the west. That's why any of the storms that are moving in from Wisconsin at this point, we have to watch very closely, because if they head up just a little bit west of this line, say out to Grundy County or portions of Kendall County or out into Cowport or South County, well, then they may spin up a tornado too, because that is untouched air and there's just so much energy in the atmosphere. Another note, because the front is oriented in a weird kind of north-south direction, is that this doesn't look like your classic supercell thunderstorm where you see that big kind of comma shape that looks like a C pointing down towards the bottom of the screen. This is still that C shape, but it's turned on its side because the front is turned on its side, basically where we would normally expect it west to east oriented. So yes, this is kind of the hook echo that we're looking at. Normally, if I were to draw it, it would look something like that. So you kind of got to tilt your head a little bit to see it quite like a meteorologist is seeing it. So you've got your inflow to the storm here through Herscher and then out towards Kankakee. Then you've got your downdraft that wraps on around it. And of course, nestled in there between the updraft and the downdraft is where you see the area of rotation. It's where you see the wall cloud when you're on the ground. And it's where we're tracking the potential tornado too. So hopefully that's a good explainer to what you're seeing going on the radar at this point. And it is just off to the south of Salina. And this is yet again, much like a little bit earlier, kind of a broad rotation, but it's a storm that can produce a tornado at just about any point, because these greens are awful close to the reds. Now, the reds are around about 40 or so miles per hour. I can tell just by eye. I've been doing this for about 4 hours today, not to mention the 20 years before that. And then these greens are around about 20 or 25 miles per hour. So we've probably got somewhere around about 80 or so miles per hour of total rotation. That might even be on the higher end. Wrapped around this storm, kind of broad rotation. But if we see this couplet start to pinch a little bit closer together where the bright greens are next to the bright reds, well, then we become a little bit more concerned. Additionally, on the north, well, typically if the front's oriented in another direction, it's the north side of the storm is where we see the hail core. This one's on the east side of the storm, again, because we've tilted everything. So that hail core here exists off to the east, out near Salina, north of Lehigh. This is kind of outside of the area that's a tornadic concern, but large hail that we've already seen falling across the area. When we started the 4 o'clock newscast, we saw some of those hailstones that were up to about, we'll call it hen's egg size on the higher end of things, to ping pong ball size, somewhere in about that range, definitely bigger than some golf balls. That could potentially happen again. So south of Rockville, just off to the north and west of Greenwich. And if you need a bigger city as a little bit of an example, well, here's Bourbonnais, and then there's Kankakee too. So this is all happening off to the north and northwest of Kankakee. If you're in Kankakee and you're worried about this, the warning does not extend to you. Again, these are not moving in that typical kind of westerly to easterly direction. These are basically moving from the due north off to the due south. So this is going to dive south out of the southern reaches of Kankakee County. And when it does finally get out of Kankakee County, we'll go back to your regular scheduled programming. So here is the Kankakee County line. Here's the rotation, so it's just off to the north of that. And then we're going to track that about 30 or 35 miles per hour. I'll do 35 because they are moving just a little bit faster than they had just a couple of hours ago. And that gives us about 18 minutes until it's in Milks Grove, which is at 4:42, just before quarter till, and probably about 4:35, we'll call it, on the county border. So moving through Dickey's basically right about now and continuing off to the south. By the way, just for reference, here's the I-57 corridor. It is within the tornado warning, so if you have any friends or family that are maybe coming in from the south or heading out of Chicago that work in the city and say live a little bit closer to areas off to the south, you know, down near Champaign is basically where that leads to, then be advised, do not travel south of Manteno through Kankakee down along the I-55 corridor. Just kind of hold pat a little bit where you are and let that rotation cross the highway. Looking at the National Weather Service chat now, and they're saying that yes, the rotation has definitely tightened up, and I believe that too, and that if any time, now would be the time for this thing to drop a tornado. And they're seeing the same thing we are. So I'm going to back up a couple of scans. So here's where I was talking about the rotation being relatively broad, right? Yeah, you got some deep reds there. You got some deep greens off to the south of Goodrich. Now let's move it forward. That was 4:22. So you move it forward just 5 or so minutes, and all of a sudden the reds have become more intense and they've crept closer to the greens, and the greens have definitely gotten a little bit closer as well as you see them trimming up the back edge of this. So if you're in Dickey's, you need to take your tornado precautions as that possible tornado and definite rotation is just off to your north at this hour and about to cross Illinois 115 and farther off to the south. Just to give a couple of you folks that are farther off to the south a bit of an advanced heads up. Again, that'll be crossing the county line probably about 15 minutes after that, and thankfully out of our viewing area, and then following down near the I-55 corridor. Cheryl, have you seen anything else pop into National Weather Service chat that we should know about?
Nothing evident of a tornado on the ground, but as you were mentioning, definitely showing some signs of strengthening in terms of that rotation where we are finding this tornado warning. So if you're in the path of this, out ahead of it right now, Shabans, get to your safe place here. The possibility of a tornado forming at any moment cannot be ruled out. You can see the intensity of this storm moving through Kankakee right down I-57 here. Will continue dropping to the south and east at about 30 to 40 miles per hour, but really gives us an eye when we look at radar. We pair that with velocity, and we've been watching this red and green next to each other here for about the past 15 minutes or so, and it definitely is strengthening and tightening in terms of circulation at this point in time. So this is just to the northeast of Herscher there, and then Shabans, you're out ahead of this. Definitely strong winds. Looking at velocity values right now, I can say upwards of about 40 miles per hour present within this storm as it's pushing to the south here. So Lehigh, Herscher, Irwin, if you're hearing your city, that means you need to be in the basement lowest level of your home. Let this storm pass on by. Here you can see Route 115 there, and then that is on the crossroads of 115 South 700 West Road. Little small in terms of the labeling, but we got you there. And then Shabans, you're out ahead of this, one of our bigger populated cities there, and right down that South 700 West Road. Watch out as this will be moving through parts of southern Kankakee County and then advancing farther to the south, approaching Ashcombe as well in about the next 20 to 30 minutes as this presses to the east. So we have this one storm here that is tornado warned, but we also have a lot of warnings to go over. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Northwest Indiana. We still have the one that remains in effect here for Cook County, and we also have flash flood warning still on the map. I know it's a lot. It's been a lot throughout the day, but any storm in this type of environment can bring and pack the punch with very strong winds. Large hail, reports of ping pong to golf ball size hail falling across the area today, and extremely high winds, damaging winds, power outages, trees down, and getting reports of flooding in and around the area where these storms are hitting, because they're bringing intense rain and they're bringing it in a short amount of time, upwards of 1 to 2 inches per hour in some of these rain rates. So severe thunderstorm warning here for Lake Porter counties. until 5:30, and then Kankakee will, outside of the tornado warning, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 4:45, another 15 minutes there. For Cook County, we have this severe thunderstorm warning, which will remain in effect until 5:30. You can see the strongest part of this storm right now. Let me take this label off for you, get a better view of this storm. You're seeing it just north of the city, but it is beginning to push out over the lake. The worst of it, that's where we're likely finding some hail falling. Up to the north, close to Wheeling, is where we're also seeing some intense storms work their way through here. So downpours expected, also some hail. Let me switch over to our hail parameter here, get you the very latest. And like I said, right over the lake where I was finding the most intense part of that storm, that's where we're verifying that hail falling. Not so much over Wheeling, definitely some small hail, dime, penny size at this point in time, not an indication of anything larger than that. But where we are finding some very large, potentially large hail is in and around the Kankakee area, the same storm that is tornado warned. This is where we're finding some of the worst action in terms of storms on the map right now. So Kankakee just to the east, Shaban. So you need to be in your safe place, indoors with this storm. Let it pass on by. Strong high winds, also tornado potential, and large hail cannot be ruled out as this passes on through. Let's take it the very latest of the hail. So definitely quarter-size hail falling within this storm. Switching over to radar as we take you to the tornado warned storm here in Kankakee County. This remains in effect until 5 p.m. So continuing to monitor this closely. Velocity still showing scans of some rotation here, albeit it is a bit broad at this point in time, but showing signs still of some weak rotation within this storm. I just want to rewind a bit, and here you can see the formation of this storm taking on its spin as it moves into Kankakee, and also those brighter reflectivity values beginning to pop up here. That's also an indication of those winds going up in intensity. So expect those wind speeds right now upwards of about 50 miles per hour because the latest scan coming in a bit brighter. So we can't rule out those winds 40, 50 miles per hour as this passes on through. If we get rotation, that could quickly intensify within a storm. If there are any reports of a tornado in this area, I am not seeing anything confirmed by any spotters in and around the region, something I think we just have to continue to monitor. But it is going to continue to be a bit of an active afternoon and evening. A lot of you might be wondering too, when is this all going to end? By about 7 to 9 o'clock, the worst of this will be out of here. So we were in the thick of it earlier today, Greg. We're in it right now. I know it's also isolated and scattered. So many are probably like, well, it's not doing anything here. Folks out to the west, you're baking though in the extreme heat. All of that is about to be wiped away as all of this passes on through tonight. Tomorrow will feel like a totally different day. So we just have to get through the next couple of hours.
And I really hope that the sun goes down and we lose some of the intensity before any storms that fire in Wisconsin get along or off to the west of the I-39 corridor, because then we push everything off to the west back closer to the front and we could be dealing with rotation all over again. A brief note on this. So there's a rail yard just off to the north of Irwin. This is now crossed south of that rail yard. Again, it's crossing Illinois 115 at this time, kind of just off to the west of Dickey's, which is halfway between Herscher and Irwin. This will continue off to the south. This is the Kankakee border. So this is the edge of our viewing area. So we'll watch this through about the next 10 or 15 or so minutes. Javance, we know that you're in our viewing area too. This rotation mainly looks like it's going to dip off to the west of you. So if you're looking off to the west or northwest, some spotters have noted from even as far away as the I-57 corridor, rotation that's going on underneath the base of this storm. So again, as it moves over a relatively flat area where you've got good visibility on it, there's the potential, especially with such a good vantage point out here, that you could see something drop down to the ground. So I'll keep an eye on those spotter reports for the time being. But if you're in Chicago, you're saying, wait a second, it's not looking so good for us. We have a couple of live views here and we'll show you, yeah, there is another line of storms that are now making their way into Chicago here as we take a look toward the city. So we're looking from basically the south of Chicago and then back up to the north and west. You see those lower level clouds that are now starting to make their way in. Here's another view, a live view that we have from our our Columbia camera. And yeah, look how fast those winds are moving. And something worth noting here, at least from a meteorological standpoint, and Cheryl, you can chime in on this too. Since when do we see the storms ripping as inflow from Lake Michigan back out off to the west? That just goes to show the weird orientation of this front. Usually we're taking a look and the view is, say, out off to the west, and you see those storms rushing from the west and that cloud cover rushing from the west and making its way out off to the east. Well, not the case here, again, just with how the front is oriented and how the lower level winds are going on in the atmosphere. This is what's about to make its way into Chicago. And you see there's a good hail core that the fish are kind of concerned about over Lake Michigan. There's another hail core that looks like it's just off of the North Shore, but perhaps is producing some smaller hailstones that are on the north side of Chicago. Now, if you live out in Wrigleyville, let me know if you're seeing any of that hail at this point. My guess is that it would be pea-sized at the very worst, as again, most of that hail looks like it's out off to the east. And then there's this action that's off to the north from Elmhurst and points north as you head into southern portions of Lake County. And this is all with that severe thunderstorm warning. And that continues, I want to say, until 5:30? Yeah, 5:30, just given how slow these storms move. And then it'll be off to the south, kind of around Calumet City, and who knows, it may actually get extended farther south of that. But that air has been really, really chewed up today. With storms and with intense weather, especially with that first round of storms. So here we go, tracking this line off to the south over about the next half hour or so. So that puts us up to about 5 o'clock or so. And look at that. Again, you can really see the lower level clouds ripping along that line of storms as they make their way from the north off to the south. Is this from, did you say this is from the top of the Hancock? Yep, so the Hancock building, that's what I figured. And looking points off to the north along DuSable Lakeshore Drive. I'm sure the drivers on DuSable Lakeshore Drive are hoping that their cars don't get hailed on and that wind and also hail stays just off of the lakeshore. Good news is I can't actually physically see any of those hailstones falling. This is our IIT cam, Illinois Technical College. As you take a look here, Institute of Technology, I'm sorry, and you can look over, of course, the rate, Old Comiskey, whatever you want to call it, and then back out off to the east. And the skies actually look better as you look towards DuPage and western portions of Will County, which again would not normally be the case. This would be the camera and direction that we'd be looking at to see the intense storms move in. But they're coming in from the north. And again, as we head through about the next half hour or so, they'll be into Oaklawn, 20 minutes, 25 minutes there, and then Worth by shortly after 5 o'clock. These storms are producing some gusty winds and perhaps, as I mentioned, some hail. So I want to look at the hail core. Right now it's centered on that storm off to the south, kind of seeing that hail out near Greenwich and Lehigh, but again, moving back off to the north. And thankfully, again, that bigger hail core is out over Lake Michigan, but there is still that eastern extent, and there's the possibility, here's DuSable Lakeshore Drive, that we see some of those hailstones make their way out there. If they do, it's likely not going to be that big. It'll be pea-sized hail. You really start getting worried about damage on your car when you get to quarter-sized hail. But be aware, especially if you're traveling from downtown and up off to the north, these roads, yet again, are going to be victimized by some heavy rain. So from Evanston to Wrigley Field, and farther off to the north, there's the possibility of some more ponding. There you go, really low clouds now moving into Chicago. You can see the cloud deck probably somewhere around about 500, 600 feet at the very most, may even be dropping down to about 400 or so feet, just given kind of the building elevations that you have here downtown. And that is going to harbor some very heavy rain and also gusty winds. Now, the gustiest of winds on Live Doppler 7 Max are probably going to be out ahead or slightly behind the first couple of raindrops. So I'm going to recenter my view off of that storm off to the south and then change over to the velocity data and see if we have anything. By the way, we got about 5 more minutes left on this tornado warning off to the south before it's officially out of the viewing area. And it has definitely tightened up just a little bit, but not overly concerned with where it is located south of Irwin and then just off to the west of the I-57 corridor. If there is a tornado on the ground, it is very quickly moving to the Kankakee border. And let me just check National Weather Service chat just real quick to make sure that there are no eyes that are on the ground. Nope, just a lot of street flooding around Chicago. So So we are going to shift our focus a little bit farther north into Chicago as these storms push in. We'll give that about 3 or 4 more minutes off to the south, and then we'll call it good there. So highest winds at this point just pushed through Wrigleyville and are now going to make their way downtown. You see some really bright colors, especially as you start heading into the western portions of the loop. And I would not be surprised if we see gusts there that are around 50 to 60 miles per hour. And there you go. 56 miles per hour is the velocity. Again, as that most intense line pushes in. And Cheryl, this might be the worst of it that we see for Chicago today in the city.
And great to point out you're finding those higher reflectivity values on velocity. It has been a mess in terms of driving across the area today, but also flying. O'Hare, what a mess. And right now we are getting a confirmed wind gust of up to 62 miles per hour at O'Hare, and Valpo as well, showing a very strong gust up to 64 miles per hour. So strong winds have been the primary concern. And we were showing you that one vantage of point of view from our Hancock Tower. And we also, after we take a look at this, but you can see the ominous clouds. This is, oh, I'm sorry. Yep, I was talking about this live shot, but we also had that other one, and I believe that was O'Hare. But you can see the ominous clouds here as the storm pushes in from the north, which is really neat because you can see where we have clearing skies back to the west and the southwest, impacting the bottom layer of the clouds, getting that really cool view as this storm pushes closer to move in and across the city. Not where you want to be right now, but we are going to continue to monitor these closely, low-level clouds. And let's go back to that O'Hare. You can also see the shake to the camera here in downtown Chicago. So wind gusts at times, and this is truly evident. You can see how much this camera is shaking right now at O'Hare as these storms basically knocking on the door here. Those wind gusts up to about 60, possibly even 70 miles per hour. You know what we're not seeing in this view? Any planes taking off or landing. I can't confirm a ground stop at O'Hare at this point in time, but we had a ground stop earlier with the first round of storms. They're likely taking a little bit of a breather right now to let this pass because very strong winds being reported in and around the O'Hare area and with the line of storms moving into Cook County. So a lot of live shots coming in, confirming the ominous skies out there. We still have this line of very strong storms moving into the city as we speak, northern Cook County. And then Kankakee is where we have another strong storm. Valpo, remember that wind gust up to 64 miles per hour. That's just in one isolated spot where we have that recording device which takes in that data and gives us hourly updates of those gusts. Could be higher, but this is why, because you can see the line of storms here, a little bit of a bow as well. So we are getting some very strong winds with this storm as it moves into Porter County there. So let's go storm by storm. Right now, Chicago getting in on the, we are about to see our live cameras in and around the city of Chicago. We're likely going to see some hail and very intense downpours. I'm in a different part of the studio as right now. Are you looking outside? You have the window.
The shades are down.
You have the window. Oh no, we can't.
Shades are down.
Yeah. Okay, well, can you hear any rain beginning to come down? I'm sure it's going to happen any second at this point in time.
Not yet, but you can hear the sirens out on State Street as I'm sure folks are trying to clear their way out. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, Cheryl is buried deep within the State Street bunker that we have here. And taking a look at those storms along and north of, we'll call it just Wrigleyville, is where the most intense rain is happening right now. But as she mentioned, the most intense winds are about to move into the downtown area through the loop, and it does extend back out off to the east a little bit too. Now, what I'm glad that we're not seeing is more of an extent down the I-90 corridor, because if we saw it go farther down the interstate, then we'd be a lot more worried, especially if that extended down the expressway all the way out into the extreme western reaches of Cook County, because then it would getting into some of that freshly tapped or untapped air. But over the last couple of scans, this intensity that's going on here, the intensification that's happening just off to the south of Wheeling, tells me that we may see a hail core eventually show up on the radar. So I'm going to kind of save this view, and I've just been rolling on a rat's nest of a show for the last couple of hours, so all my graphics are kind of out of order at this point. There's the hail from that system that just now is crossing out of Kankakee County and out of our viewing area, so we're going to let that go. And thankfully, we're seeing that hail core stay say, for the most part, out over Lake Michigan. Here's Navy Pier. Of course, here's the north side. And then most of the heaviest hail is out over the Fish and out off to the west of those water intakes. So that's obviously good news for us. As you take a look here, that's probably between about 1.5 inches and 2 inches, maybe 1 3/4 inches of the biggest hailstones. We may still see some pea-sized hail through downtown Chicago. That would be a little surprising to me. It really does look like that hail core is out off to our east, but wouldn't be shocked if a couple of folks here on the north side do pick up some of that hail. And again, with that easterly word building of not only the hail core, but also the intense rainfall, it would not be surprising to me if we saw that extend a little bit farther, especially here with the latest scan of live Doppler 7 max. When you got that going on just north of Chicago, we could see a hail core forming, and it may decide to dump that hail depending on what the updraft and downdraft do over Chicago or down to the south side. So basically the reflectivity is seeing what's in the storm right now. And if the heavier stuff and larger values are trending down in the storm, then usually it'll paint a hail core. Here's the latest one that just came in. And yes, that heavy rain has arrived in Chicago. I can actually kind of hear it a little bit outside right now. I don't know if you heard that lightning strike, but it was almost like it was on cue. We got our own little studio version of the Odyssey going on here. The gods. We got about I-59 down near the Stevenson is where that heaviest rain is going to move in. A reminder, we've already seen viaduct flooding today. So as this really intense rain moves down 290, the Eisenhower, and moves down the Stevenson, especially around Archer Ave. I know Roosevelt Road is a really bad spot for street flooding. Those are going to be roads you just don't want to go on. Like, it's 5 o'clock. If you just got out of work, or maybe you have to go into work for a late shift, you are not going to get anywhere. Like, I can tell you that honest truth. If you're trying to get to Chicago, A, you're fighting rush hour, B, you're fighting who knows what trees were down, and then C, the heavy rainfall and lightning that I can hear now going on outside. So Cermak Road, Roosevelt Road, those are just no-goes through the south side at this point. Archer Avenue probably doesn't look very good, or won't look very good over about the next 10 or 20 minutes. And then as you head farther south, say down the Red Line, which they have suspended service on some of the Metro trains during the course of today, not only Metro, but also CTA trains, due to downed trees and stuff and debris on the tracks. You're just going to have to check in on everything, as this will be pretty wild for about the next 15 or 20 minutes as we're seeing the worst of it move through Chicago. Now, in terms of our total rainfall, we've seen about 1.5 to 2 inches downtown today. Out near the airport, seen a little bit closer to 3 inches. And I see that tornado warning for Kankakee County on the bottom of our screen. I want to see if they've actually trimmed that up, because I believe they might have. Yeah, so the southern edge of the tornado warning is on the border of Kankakee County and now moving out of our viewing area. So not worried about the tornadic activity in our viewing area anymore. We're just concerned with that severe thunderstorm as it makes its way through Chicago. So Cheryl, do you have any updates from the National Weather Service? Are they going to continue to trim up the back edge of that? And is that hail?
Yeah, I have the live view of the city. I'm watching the intense downpours coming down right now. This is our live view from Navy Pier, and you can see what looks to appears as larger raindrops. We do have that hail falling right now. The hail draped with our beautiful skyline there in the background, but just a sign of what's happening in and around the region. Have a few boats still out there at this point in time. Not where you want to be. That camera is shaking. We have wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour moving through parts of the city and Cook County right now. We could even see wind reports higher at times, but definitely confirm that hail is, look at that. Look at that. We just had all of that hail coming down. It is pea to dime size hail, not very large in this point of view, but it almost, this looks like a wintry shot of sleet and snow coming down. It is not. We had temperatures in the 90s. Definitely a bit cooler now. Look at this wind picking up. You can see that water moving. It is create that wind out of the north, pushing all of that water up. You can see that extreme movement. We're losing visibility as I speak. You can barely see our city skyline there in the background now. The hail coming down, that rain, torrential at this moment in time. This is why we're finding areas of flash flooding. You can see the intensity of this coming down in real time. So for those of you that aren't getting in on the storm action today, this is what you are missing, thankfully, but also what we continue to track for everyone, because it is dangerous out there and we do have the warnings in place. You now cannot see our city skyline at all as those winds pick up, the water also rushing, the waves happening, and that camera shaking all at the same time, that hail falling as well. This is really impressive to catch this all in real time. You mentioned the Odyssey. It almost does feel a little bit like that with the gods coming down. But yeah, it is really ominous with these storms hitting at this point in time. That storm is right on top of the city right now. This is another view basically from the Grant Park area looking back at the city. Navy Pier there in the background, but you can't see it because we have lost all visibility across the region with the intense storms. We have winds in excess of 60 miles per hour in this area. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in place here for Chicago, with a huge concern of that wind and also some power outages that will likely be a result from this as well. So the worst of this is from Wheeling over towards Chicago. You can see also that hail core. I did bring up hail tracks. I did save a scene for you. I wanted to just put this into motion for you because you can see where the intense storms are. It basically tracks those storms and where we find those hail cores within the center of the storm. So you can see it started portions of Kendall Grundy, now down into Kankakee. That will continue to push farther to the south. And here's that storm that's moving through the city right now. The worst of that hail is off just to the east. However, some of that falling in and around the city as well. So that severe thunderstorm warning for Chicago, Cook County here, this remains in effect until 5:30, parts of southern Cook County until 6 p.m. So this is going to be an active situation here for at least the next 45 minutes to an hour, with this storm that will continue to just pile on that rain, also the hail and the extreme wind. So traveling right now anywhere in and around the city, any of these highways here, I-90, I-88, up towards 94, 294 as well, from Wheeling down towards Melrose Park, central Cook County, northern Cook County, intense rain, downpours, isolated flooding, ponding on area roads. Flash flooding is going to be a concern. We don't have a flash flood warning in effect right now for Cook County. We did earlier, but I will not be surprised if another one is issued. Let me just make sure that is the case. Nope, we still do have that flash flood warning until, no, we don't. It's just to the south. So I won't be surprised if it is reissued for Cook County with how intense that rain is coming down right now. Additional flash flood warnings up as well. You can see back towards the Joliet area. I want to go back to this live shot. Again, this is Navy Pier. Just 10 minutes ago, you could see Chicago and our skyline in the background. It looks like it is snowing and sleeting out. This is how intense the rain is coming down, and hailstones mixed in with that rain as well, with that camera shake. So Greg, this is just so impressive to see this happening. And there, I love the side by side because you have the radar. You can see the reds, the pinks, and here's the live view. It's basically putting it all into in real life situation.
I mean, if we weren't here watching it on radar, we'd probably be on our porches watching it on radar.
We would, but safely.
Yeah, safely. You know, it's close enough. Do as I say, not as I do.
Wait, there's a boat.
Yes, I saw. Yeah, can you go back to Cheryl's
Can we do this
shot? Yeah. Oh my gosh, that was wild. So
why? This is not advised.
No. Again, do as we say, not as we do. But we wouldn't even be doing that.
No.
Yeah, that's crazy. And they were probably, if they're coming in from the north and into the Navy Pier area, they got absolutely smoked.
And now they're trying to get back.
Yeah, exactly. They probably got smoked by that hail core. Hopefully the bilge pump is working at full power. What's interesting too is that before all of that went down, you were seeing the hailstones very clearly in your video. And then we got our shades open here on State Street and it's rain. So that's how much of a difference, how small the margins are when you're talking about the edge of the hail. Now, Now, Chicago, the rain is starting to let up just a little bit as I look outside in the loop, but it's now the south side. And these brighter areas, the whites and the pinks that are showing up, that's the potential for that hail core moving a little bit further inland. And the wind speeds on this have been wild. So slipping our view a little bit farther out. Again, I do want to say the tornado warning has been canceled for Kankakee County, so that's now out of our area. But look at some of these winds, Cheryl, and these have actually picked up. That might be like in excess of 60 or 70 miles per hour. I think that's probably some range folded data there at 105. But I will say, if the hail core on this has collapsed out of the storm, totally possible that we catch some 80 or even 85 mile per hour gusts out of this. I mean, as it stands, that would be some significant tree damage. We should definitely be listening to the scanners for the south side of town, because that just over the last, look at 5 or so minutes ago. Let me back it up. So that says it's making its way into Chicago. And then this is, when the hail core collapses like this, you'll see really intense winds very quickly. So there's the possibility that we had just a little microburst that happened on the south side of Chicago. So again, heads up on that, and easily we're seeing 60 or 70 miles per hour worth of wind. Again, I think there might be some range folding in the data here, but we should certainly keep our ears out for the Englewood type area and points off to the south to see if they are getting any reports of storm damage at this point, because these storms are very intense. And this aside, the area of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds potentially extends all the way back south of Cicero. So Cicero got thwacked just about as well as we did. There's a little bit less intensity in the hail core there. But you'll notice, again, as this grows in intensity through the south side of Chicago, that we'll continue to watch this as it makes its way into areas like Whiting and also Gary, too. We're going to start, hopefully we get through it, the 5 o'clock newscast as promised. And, of course, there'll be lots of update on your local weather just ahead.
Live from Chicago, this is breaking news from ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Well, as you have been following along, strong storms pummeling the entire Chicago area, and we are tracking widespread damage. This video from Lansing.
The storm's also leaving a destructive mark in south suburban Markham.
And here in the city, drivers forced to abandon their cars as flooding hits multiple viaducts.
Hail pelting our area. This is video from Westchester. Hailstones are a widespread problem, as you can see in this video from Hinsdale. Now, the video behind us on this wall here, golf ball sized hail that fell in the Glendale Heights area.
Yeah, take a look at that. And of course, we have team coverage once again throughout our area as the city gets to trying to get through all of this. Let's go to meteorologist Cheryl Scott, tracking it all for us in real time all this afternoon. Cheryl?
Yes, it has been such an active day. These storms really blossomed around 10:30, 11 a.m. We had a round earlier bringing wind damage as well as some tornado warnings. And now we are still finding some severe weather sweeping through the area. This is a live look from our Navy camera. We've been paying very close attention to this as a very strong severe warning storm moves through the city. Just before the storm hit, we had a beautiful look of some ominous clouds. You could see the city skyline. So this is Navy Pier looking back on the city. You cannot even see our skyline, reduced visibility, and then the rain and the hail just coming down so fast and furious. What appears to look like sleet and snow, it is summer. That is hail pummeling Navy Pier right now. And also that water, that rushing of the water with the winds picking up and the camera shaking. This is basically sharing the theme of the day, the ominous severe storms moving through the Chicago area. Temperatures have dropped in the city with the storms moving through, but we have very strong wind gusts. You can see those gusts up to 40, 50 miles per hour here close to the lakefront, but picking up as that storm, right out ahead of that storm, as it moves through, those winds will really pick up, and we've had gusts upwards of 60, 70 miles per hour. So live Doppler 7 Max, what do we have right now? We have severe warnings on the map. The one in particular we were watching as that storm moved through the city. This severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 5:30. So this is from Niles, northern Cook County, Maywood over towards Chicago. It is not advised to be traveling in and around the city right now. It is a mess with very heavy rain and flooding a possibility. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings to the east here for Lake Porter County until 5:30. Town to the south, Lake and Porter 5:30. There you are. And then to the south of Chicago as well. Southern Cook County into Will, you're included in a warning, as well as southern Kankakee. Any storms this evening have the potential to bring very strong winds also hail, as well as very heavy rain. So please be advised, we are continuing to monitor this situation closely as these storms move through. The good news, what you see right now, we just have to get through these storms pushing through. And by about 7, 8, 9 o'clock, our severe weather threat will go way down. We'll clear it out overnight, and a more refreshing, welcoming air mass moves in tomorrow. It'll feel much more comfortable. But guys, you've been outside yesterday and today. You could feel the humidity. The atmosphere is primed, and the response is what we're seeing in terms on radar right now: severe weather, torrential downpours, hail, and high winds.
Great job all afternoon with you and Greg. Cheryl, thank you for these updated reports. Let's talk about the downed trees and the damaged homes in South Suburban Lansing. Right now at this hour, people there just beginning to assess the state of their properties. Kate Kogarin is joining us live as we continue our coverage on this Monday. Kate.
Well, Cheryl, there's a lot of activity along this block. Neighbors who were home told me they heard the sirens, took cover, and then emerged to find this. Take a look along this stretch here. This is 192nd and Oakwood in Lansing. Police tell me this is one of the hardest hit blocks, and driving over here just 2 blocks away, you would not have known that all of this damage was here. Now, earlier we saw a roof ripped off of its home, and we spoke with the homeowners of that roof, or of that home, and they told us that they came home to find all of this and that they are still processing. What my photographer is showing you right now, this is a tree that was planted on the opposite side of the street, and now it's been uprooted. As you can see, this is where it was, and this is how it ended up. That's how strong the winds from this storm were, and now we've got crews here trying to move it out. And as we continue to walk down 192nd near Oakwood, we see this home over here. You can see that the roof partially has collapsed. Now, we also know that there was a family inside that home when the roof collapsed. I spoke with the daughter of a woman who was hit by a piece of debris when that roof came crashing down.
The roof panel fell on my mom, so she has 3 open or cuts on her forehead that started coming out. I heard the door slam open and shut a few times, and I heard my parents screaming for us.
I spoke with the injured woman off camera. She told me she's going to be okay, but as you can understand, this is a lot to take in. Her family told me that she actually had to be rescued from underneath the debris. And this video that you're looking at right now, it only captures a small section of what we've seen here in Lansing. Trees strewn about, parts and pieces of people's homes blown across the street, multiple homes with some kind of structure damage or parts of their roof collapse. And back out live, you can see just a flurry of activity. We are trying to stay out of that main road so we can make sure that homeowners get to where they need to, get the help that they need. As you can see, there's so many crews still here, but I do have some good news. I spoke with police here on the scene. One of the officers told me so far they have not heard of any people having to be transported to the hospital. Obviously, we did speak with a woman who had some minor injuries. Again, she is expected to be okay. We've also seen neighbors here helping one another, so there is a bit of good news coming out of what seems to be a very difficult day for so many people here in Lansing. Reporting live in Lansing, Kate Kogirin, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, nature's fury suddenly upon us. Kate, thank you very much. Let's also see what we see, the widespread destruction in the south suburbs and specifically Markham. And that is where our Eric Hong is live. He's got an update from there. Eric?
Yeah, Ravi, we've been driving around Markham surveying the damage, and it's just block after block of toppled trees. This is some of what we're seeing at this hour. A lot of trees ending up on homes and power lines being snapped as well. We do have significant outages in this community at this hour. This is the center of Markham, what residents call the old part of town, and the damage extends to multiple blocks in and around 163rd Street and Kedzie. We're seeing trees uprooted and damage to homes and vehicles. Residents are describing intense swirling winds, dark skies like it was nighttime, and just sheets of rain as that storm came through. I talked to one man who rode out the storm in his pickup truck. He just arrived home to his driveway when the worst of the storm hit, and he couldn't make it into his home.
Very crazy. I was sitting in the driveway and it was coming through and howling so bad that my car started spinning around. I was holding the brakes and trying my hardest to keep it still, and I watched everything just flying past. Big trees taking off and going that way.
Thank God that we still here. That's the blessing right there. We still here. It might have tore up, our place and stuff, but at least we still here.
We've put in calls to Markham authorities to try to get some official information on the scope of the damage here. The fire department not able at this hour to comment. They're quite busy, as you might imagine, this evening. But from our vantage point, it is multiple blocks of significant tree damage, and a lot of those trees ending up in damaging homes. We're live in Markham. Eric Hong, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Eric, thank you very much. Let's turn now to the western suburbs. 2 sewer workers becoming trapped in a storm sewer in Downers Grove, this during the height of the afternoon storms. And they first became trapped just before 1 this afternoon, and rescue crews have been working to get them out ever since then. And we do have a crew on the scene, and we will bring you updates on this situation as we get them.
And back here in the city, we want to take a look at this flooded viaduct stranding drivers. Incredible images here. This is at 64th and State Street. People who got out of their vehicles had to wade through knee-high floodwaters. Leah Hope is live at 31st in California, the scene of another flooded viaduct. Leah, how's it going where you are?
For now, California Avenue is moving, but the traffic has been horrible here due to standing water under this viaduct. We found several spots around Chicagoland with the same problem. The midday storm flooded Chicago streets. Water was past the sidewalk in the 3400 block of West Arlington. Drivers were able to get by here, but other streets, some cars got stuck. 6400 South State Street was among the many flooded viaducts. Despite the high standing water, motorists tried to get through. It didn't work for Yvette Rivera.
In the middle of the bridge, the water was fine, and all of a sudden the cars slowed down. So as the cars are trying to pass, 2 of them got stuck, and then the water just started getting higher and higher and higher. I couldn't open. My car automatically stopped, died out, so I had to force the door to open because I couldn't get out. It was already up to my seat. I thought I was going to drown in there.
The flooded viaduct on California, just south of 31st Street, had traffic slowed and even stopped.
The weather is really bad right now. It's really crazy, the traffic. All the bridges are full of water.
At one point, a suburban man tells us the water was up to the window of his black Lexus sedan. He said he thought he could keep moving, but his car stalled. His brother spoke for him.
He just couldn't move. His car off now. I think the engine is broken because of water. The water was so top on his window.
The midday storms came at a difficult time when people were in the middle of their workday. Hopefully, as this next round of thunderstorms moves through, people will be able to get to where they're going safely and not go through that standing water. In Little Village, Leah Hope, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Leah, thank you for that report. And a reminder, everybody, you can always track the storms with a free ABC 7 Chicago News app. Just scan that QR code right there on the screen for a link so you can download.
We have new video showing a truck flying through the air this after it went off a bridge, and we froze that video just seconds before it crashes. And tonight, we're learning more about the 4 North suburban teenagers killed in this crash. Investigators say there was also a police chase involved. It happened early Sunday at the Cicero Avenue Bridge at 69th Street on Chicago's southwest side. New here at 5 o'clock, our Michelle Gallardo talking with the grieving father of the youngest victim, who was just 14 years old.
The teenagers were between 14 and 19 years old, all of them from the city's north and northwest suburbs. CPD tells us that the driver of the truck they were in was fleeing from police when the accident happened. But the father of one of the victims today tells ABC 7 he blames law enforcement for his daughter's death. 14-year-old Vanessa Morales had her entire life ahead of her. Today would have been the incoming freshman's orientation at Palatine High School. Instead, her family is planning a funeral. The teenager was the youngest of 4 killed in a high-speed crash Sunday morning when the pickup truck they were traveling in flew off the road at Cicero and 69th Streets in Bedford Park and into a train yard below. We are stopping the surveillance video that shows the crash before the impact takes place. She was so excited. She was going to get her tablet and meet her teachers today, said Morales' father in Spanish. The accident took place in the early morning hours of Sunday. Chicago police saying they were responding to a call of an unidentified offender pointing a weapon at another person while traveling in a vehicle. That vehicle, they say, matched the description of the pickup truck Morales and the others were traveling in. Police say they attempted a traffic stop and briefly pursued the truck before aborting the chase. They say the crash happened shortly after Illinois State Police made their own attempt to pull the vehicle over. Morales' father blames police for the crash.
En los videos señala otra cosa.
They told me they stopped chasing, but the videos online show something else. They show lots of police cars behind them. I think there are other ways they could have stopped the car. Now, we did ask both CPD and ISP for clarity in regards to how that police chase unfolded, but both agencies declined to comment. A spokesperson for CPD telling us only that the incident is still under investigation. I'm Michelle Gallardo, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, Michelle, thank you very much. A busy day here and still to come. Questions about the future of one of Illinois' most powerful lawmakers, the ethics report that is due this week, and what that could mean for House Speaker Emanuel Chris Welch.
And we will keep tracking today's storms that just keep firing up and growing reports of lots of massive storm damage. We'll be right back.
Mic check, Greg. Well, mic check. A lot will depend on what comes out in this report, which the Legislative Ethics Commission unanimously agreed to release.
A critical ethics report due out this week could shed some light on the future of the Illinois' most powerful lawmakers.
It is expected to detail just how House Speaker Emanuel Chris Welch handled sexual harassment complaints against a disgraced former lawmaker. ABC 7 political reporter Craig Wall joining us right now with some of the dynamics that are going to be in play here, Craig.
Yeah, Ravi and Cheryl, a lot will depend on what comes out in that report, which the Legislative Ethics Commission unanimously agreed to release. But it also has the potential to test Speaker Welch's ability at damage control for other matters that have come to light in this investigation.
It is my pleasure to welcome you to Chicago.
Speaker Emanuel Chris Welch in the spotlight at the National Conference of State Legislatures this morning, but he has found himself in a different spotlight in recent weeks that could put his leadership in the Illinois House in question.
I think Chris Welch is in significant trouble. I think this is the first major crisis of his leadership, and he's going to have a lot of work to do to be able to hold on to his power.
At issue is how did Welch handle reported sexual harassment complaints brought to his attention in February about former State Rep Harry Benton, who has since resigned under pressure from Welch. The Speaker is also dealing with fallout for how he responded to similar complaints raised by a Benton staffer 3 years ago, as reported by the Chicago Tribune.
Not speaking to him about it, not reprimanding him then. He didn't remove him from the caucus then. Then he continues to spend $1.4 million to get him reelected. And so that's a real problem.
Speaker Welch has been spreading the love on Instagram.
Republicans also running this political ad criticizing Welch over his habit of using his professional Instagram page to like posts of women in swimsuits.
Particularly, there's going to be major concerns coming from the Women's Caucus. As you know, Mike Madigan fell from power largely because of their concerns and their influence. And so I think that same group is going to be asking some very tough questions of Chris Welch later this week.
I just want to gather all the facts. I think that's what it comes down to, is by gathering the facts. Do I think? I support him for Speaker. I think he's a great person. I think his record speaks for himself. He's done a great job.
Welch's communication director said he was not available for an interview today. We've asked for a response to the political ad, but as of this hour, have not gotten that. The Legislative Ethics Commission is going to be releasing its report on Harry Benton on Friday. We'll see what comes out. A lot of people are going to be poring over that very quickly, trying to analyze it. Yep.
Detail by detail.
Yep.
All right, thank you for that update and the follow-up, Craig. Thank you. Well, the storms, of course, they just keep on coming, and Cheryl is tracking what has already hit us and what is still yet to come.
And we've been telling you about widespread storm damage and flooding concerns. We have more images from all around the area.
Breaking right now here at 5 o'clock on this Monday. Cleanup now underway across the Chicago area tonight after severe storms moved through this area this afternoon. We're seeing downed trees and power lines along with flooded streets and viaducts. And right now, hundreds of thousands of people are without power across the region. There are also significant delays and cancellations at both of the airports. These images coming into our newsroom are incredible. The storm warnings have been fast and furious all day long.
That's right. And our weather team has been on top of it all. Cheryl, you've been on air all afternoon along with Greg Dutra, Tracy Butler before you. Up in the newsroom, we just hear sirens and warnings. What a day it's been.
It has been so active, and we still have a few more hours to go, but those images and videos coming in of the flooded roadways, please never travel through a flooded road. It can easily wash away your car within a matter of minutes. Water is just so powerful and strong, and we have extreme rain coming down. Severe thunderstorm watch in effect here, Cook County, Northwest Indiana as well, until 7 p.m. After 7, 8, 9 o'clock, we'll start to see the storms move out of the area. This is a live view from our Navy Pier camera right now, looking back at the city. Just about 30 minutes ago as the storm moved through, we saw it in real time. All of a sudden, we couldn't see that skyline totally obscured with the heavy rain coming down, the dark, ominous clouds, and also we had hail coming down. Still finding that rain falling in and around the city. It has been an active day. Let's get you right to radar because we do have still a lot of storms to get through here. And we zoom in right now, Chicago to the south and back towards LaGrange and Worth. We have a severe thunderstorm warning here for Cook and DuPage until 5:30. Just want to go over the latest warnings with you. Just to the south for southern Cook, DuPage, and Will until 6 p.m. And then northwest Indiana, you have a warning as well until 5:30. So between 5:30 and 6, impacting here parts of Cook, northwest Indiana, and then farther to the south, that one strong storm that moved through Kankakee is now well to the south in Iroquois. Let's zoom in. We're finding the worst of it. It is between Countryside and Worth right now in parts of central Cook County. Intense rains coming down as well as some hail. It has weakened just a bit in terms of that hail size over the past 10 minutes as I've been monitoring this closely. But from Burr Ridge, I-55, 294, Burbank, Midway, this is just a mess. Definitely flooding concerns here on area roads and highways. The late morning into the afternoon commute, almost treacherous in some locations because of this severe weather. Switching over to hail within this storm, likely penny to dime size hail. But we have reports and have had reports of hail in excess of size of quarter size hail, golf ball size hail, ping pong ball size hail, and definitely over towards Hammond here, northwest Indiana, East Chicago, Van Loon there, right down 41 and I-80 getting hit very hard right now with some very heavy rain and hail being reported as well. I can tell from our radar and what this is picking up on some small size hail, but it's falling with that rain and definitely impacting these locations. Here's hail track. So basically this is picking up on any hail that is formed within a thunderstorm within the core of that storm over the past hour. And you can see areas that got hit very hard. Kendall, Will, down into Kankakee. That is now moving out and away from you, but Chicago back towards DuPage as well as northwest Indiana. So really interesting there. These storms are producing not only hail, very strong winds, upwards of 50, 60 miles per hour, some even up to 70 to 80 miles per hour earlier today. They are weakening a bit from the strongest storms that we saw earlier, but putting this all into motion, what you see here is what you get. We got to get through this line that's moving through Cook County. This will continue to push farther to the south and bring heavy rain. The threat for severe weather is still here, in addition to flash flood warnings that have been issued. Until 6:45 here for Kendall and Will, northwest Indiana, you have one until 6 p.m. as well. Watching the city closely because we have reports of flooding ongoing in many locations. The amount of rain that has fallen in just a short amount of time allowing for that flooding to be ongoing at this point, and you can see the areas hit the hardest today with all of the storm reports from hail, damaging winds. We've had power outages and tornado touchdowns not out of the question. National Weather Service will have to go out and survey all of the damage tomorrow. Wind gusts up to about 40 miles per hour right now at area airports. It was up to 60, 65 about 30 minutes ago. Temperatures rain cooled a bit, 70s and 80s, but back to the west, that's where we have extreme heat still in place with those temperatures near 90. Once the storms move through, temps and dew points near 80 today will drop. So for tonight, we are on storm watch again. By about 9 o'clock, the storms will end and we will be enjoying much more comfortable conditions. Cooler air moving in, less humid. That will continue through the work week with the chance of storms moving in by Friday. We'll be right back after this break.